And this is the live broadcast of the trials for the World Athletics Championships Tokyo 2025. And we are going to have the first event of the, on the track. This is the 10,000 meters women. This is an event that was dominated by Vivian Cheruiyot. That's a rivalry with Sylvia Kibet, and Linda Mnasai was always up there. So the athletes being introduced. We've got Beatrice Chebet, world record holder in the 5,000 meters, Madam under 14. We've got Agnes Chebet, Ngetich, Janet Ngetich, Miriam Chebet, Gladys Kwamboka. We also have got Rebecca Mwangi and Joy Cheptoyek. 25 laps on this track. And Greg, the entry standards for this as we get into it, because we also have got the long jump men that's coming up.
Crazy stuff here, because you look at this lineup, 7 elite athletes in this one. Of course, just before we get into the entry standards, a very unique story from Joy Chepyotok, the Ugandan, the lone Ugandan in this race, and that promises to be a very good race. And I'm looking at the entry standards for the 10,000 meters. It seems like all this lineup has what it takes to qualify for the World Athletics Championships to be held in Tokyo 2025, because we are looking at a time of 30 minutes, 20 seconds for one to make at least Tokyo 2025. So 30 minutes, 20 seconds is the time needed by these athletes at least to see this. But then you look at this lineup: Beatrice Chebet, Ruth Jepngetich, Agnes Ngetich, sorry. There is Miriam Jepngetich, Miriam Chebet, Gladys Kwamboka, Rebecca Mwangi, Joy Chepyotek. This is a rich field, and I hope that they are going to live up the billing. Third on, of course, Beatrice Chebet, we're talking about her after what she's done, of course, breaking the world record in the 5,000 meters just over 3 weeks ago. And this is something that will be talked about every single day until someone else tries to break it.
And remember that when it comes to the 10,000 meters men, qualification already done at the Prefontaine Classic, and that was, out in the stateside, so the team has already been picked up. So this is for the 10,000 meters women, and also we are going to see the men's 5,000 meters trials also happening today. Happening alongside this, we have got from South Sudan, Ayub Aliai, Gil Kemoy and Isaac Kiro in the men's long jump. They're the athletes, and they are going around the back straight. Looking at Beatrice Chebet with a personal best of 28:54.14. Standout favorite from the start. And for the women's 10,000 meters, remember that it is the first two past the line and one other who's going to be picked based on selection. One athlete who would have loved to be here but is missing, and for very blessed reasons, is Margaret Chelimo. So she's taken a break.
Yeah,
with the blessings on
with the blessings, of course. She's one of the athletes who have really shown over the years, and of course given Beatrice Chebet competition, stiff competition in this race, of course, the 10,000 meters. But you look at how this lineup is that we might miss Miriam, but then we look at how Beatrice Chebet has dominated. Look at her performances in Paris. Look at what she did in Prefontaine just over 3 weeks ago. And then you look at the likes of the Ugandan, Chepyotek. This is something that you can always say it's unpredictable. Of course, many are going for Beatrice Chebet because of the form she's been over the years. But then you look at the tall figure of Janet Jepngetich there, currently in second place. You look at them, you're like, yes, this was well selected. But then ultimately there are only maybe two up for grabs today. We don't know who it is. I'm just looking also at the timings. The personal best for Beatrice Chebet, 28 minutes 54.14 seconds. That is very good. Agnes Chebet, 30 minutes 3 seconds. She's well within the qualification time of 30 minutes 20 seconds. So you look at this, I'm sure after 12 laps, you'll start seeing who's really shaped up for this. Looking at the weather conditions in Nairobi, quite chilly, and I know this might affect one or two athletes because I was just talking to some of the athletes earlier on in the morning, some of them who are doing the shake-up they were like, it's too cold. I don't know if you're going to manage it. But something funny about Ulinzi complex is that this stadium is so cold in the morning, but then when it hits at around 10 a.m. East Africa time, it becomes so, at least the weather becomes quite warm. Of course, the humidity is there because of the rains that have been there in Nairobi over the last few weeks. So this is going to be a very challenging weather for these athletes, but then we expect the best, as we've always seen them to be in the last few events. Remember the national trials? Yes. This was really, really great.
And remember, Agnes Getich is also a world record holder, 29:27 at the Adi Zero event. And that was on the roads, not on the track. She's the first woman to do so. And, you know, she became and also she won 2 medals at the 2023 World Cross Country Championships. So you can see that she's up there, doesn't want anyone here with her cadence. Also keeping tabs on her is Janet Chepngetich, who at the moment is the one who's right at the front.
Janet, of course, she's the most experienced runner here, born in 1998. So she's been here, and of course, she's just shown that she has what it takes to represent Kenya at the highest level. So looking at her, of course, coming into this one with a personal best of 30 minutes, 4.97 seconds. So this is a pedigree field, and of course, Beatrice Chebet, as usual, in 3rd place right now. She knows how to track from the back, but she has very, very, very blistering pace when it comes to the last stages of any race that she's been participating in.
And so when you look at the standards that have been set by these athletes, 28:46 world record over in Valencia, one of the places considered to be quite fast. It's something that you can take away from all of these athletes. You can see they're so close to each other, 3 of them. And going by the entry standards, if you look at Janet 30:04, a 30:32 is also a good time. And remember this, they are running at altitude. And despite the chilly weather, because then also remember that the structure of the Ulinzi Sports Complex, it's off the plains, just close to the national park, and the fact that every stand is on its own, standalone stands, to say, and that means that a lot of wind cuts through. But it can be chilly, but overall, it's July. This is what you call normal weather.
Normal weather in July, because you look at it's always the winter for Kenya in July, so cold weather expected, of course, a few rains, and of course we are doing at 6 minutes right now, looking at how well they play themselves. Look at them. Nobody has really taken matters into their own hands. You look at how they've been running. It's close to each other. Of course, the two Yetich in the lead at the moment, Beatrice Chebet in 3rd place. And of course, we'll be looking at the splits after each and every lap on this race. Remember, we're live from the Ulinzi Sports Complex, the venue for the national trials. It's 19 laps to go in this one. So still early days, Wahome. And you look at how it is, nobody is daring to make a move at this hour.
Well, the fact that they are in single file and there are only 7 athletes in this should tell you everyone's taking the pace easy, relaxed. And if you ask 7 athletes in a women's 10,000 meter race, 1 Ugandan and 6 Kenyans, it's the criteria that has been set out with the country as a category A risk listed nation by World Athletics. So it's the number of out of competition tests that every athlete must have taken, and there was a cutoff date for that. You must have met the entry standards. There is a cutoff date for that, and after that, get invited by Athletics Kenya. That's why we only have got 6 for this.
And to talk about the last 6 laps, they've done, let's say, an average of 1 minute per lap. So that means that it's quite challenging at the moment, because it looks to be too slow, but now really taking shape with 18 laps to go. So you look at how well it's placed. It's like nobody.
Yeah, with 8:36 and with 7 laps, done now at 6 laps, we are at 7:25. So 1 minute 11 seconds. Call it 71 seconds a lap is what we're looking at.
and this will favor Beatrice Chebet. That I can tell you, because she knows how to mark time, walk in the strides, run in the strides, check on the shoulders, and of course, she really knows how to time it. So I hope they have something very special lined up against the Olympic champion Beatrice Chebet in this one, because she likes such. Because when it reaches, let's say it clocks 12 laps or something, you're gonna see a difference. But then there is
one athlete has been dropped, and that was just after only 7 laps as they get to the 8-lap mark, 3,200 meters. So we've got Cheptoek, we've got Rebecca Mwangi, so it looks like Gladys Kwamboka is out of this.
Gladys Kwamboka had a good outing during the national trials, and I really expected her to challenge the likes of Beatrice Chebet and of course the likes of Janet Getwetich and Agnes Chebet. But then you look at this, on tail it looks really slow, but I can assure you, you said 1:11. So that's really fast. That can fit into an 800-meter timing.
Women, I mean, if they were to do 800 meters, that would be 2 minutes 22. So that is a time that you see with the younger athletes, given that the 800 meters now is a 2-minute thing. 10:30 on the clock as they are going round their back, going into the home stretch now. Still in single file, the cadence that we are seeing from Janet Jepmetich and Agnes Chebet.
Agnes
Quite
Chebet, the long strides really help her. We saw what she did at the national trials with 16 laps to go. You can just see that everyone doesn't want to take a risk. A single file up to this moment tells you that maybe nobody wants to take that risk and of course give Beatrice Chebet that advantage, because she has blistering pace that can actually outshine all these athletes when it comes to the crucial stages of this one. But you can feel the legs are already starting to tire for some of these athletes. Talking about Mwangi, Rebecca Mwangi, she's falling way back just a little bit. I think the pace has started increasing a little bit as they get halfway into this one.
And you can see that is right at the back straight, going into that bend, looking for a way now to make their way. The field is now down to 5. The selectors panel having their work made easier by any moment, but at every moment that comes. So it's Janet Getich, 31:34.83 for Agnes Jepmetich in the 10,000 meters. That's the legal mark, which means that she has got to improve on that time and meet the entry standard, which has been set at 30 minutes 20 seconds. It's a tall order, given that this is a rank, is everything to do with the rankings.
And of course, you look at the number of slots given. You look at 10,000 meters, only 27 athletes will be in Tokyo. So, first of all, get the time, and then be among the 27 globally. So it's quite tough. And of course, you look at how well it is. I believe it will be. Let's make it faster. Post faster times, and then hope that will be among the 27 picked for Tokyo 2025.
Everything so telling as they now get past the start line with 14 laps to go, 11 done. That's 4,400 meters, 5,600 meters to go. We're now down to a field of 5. Rebecca Mwangi dropped. We also saw that Gladys Kwamboka dropped out after just 7 laps.
Just looking at the Ugandan, Joy Cheptoek, of course, she has 2 national records in the road race, the 10-kilometer road race, and of course the 5-kilometer road race, both set in 2023 and 2024. And of course, she has a personal best of 1 hour 8 minutes in the marathon, the half marathon. So she's an athlete who also has that endurance, and that could prove to be very pivotal when it comes to the latter stages of this race. So still 5 very good athletes in this one. Of course, 2 dropped, Kwamboka and of course Rebecca Mwangi. But then you look at this is one of the most competitive races I've watched over the years, because the single file still remains and the pace is still the same.
And you can't take it away from them. 12 laps done. That is 4,800 meters. The halfway point will be where the start of the 200 meters normally would be. That would be a good indicator of how fast they're running as they now get to the point where there is the back straight. So one point, just make sure that we're able to identify the time on the clock as they get to that 200-meter mark. And this will be at the pace of 15 minutes 20. If they hold on to that, we're looking at 30 minutes 40 seconds. And remember, there is also that kick that comes in the final lap.
Exactly. So we might be doing a 21 or 28.
30-20.
30-20. 30-20 is the standard entry time, but then look at Beatrice Chebet. I think she'll be like, I can, let's say, burst the pace, let's say with 2 laps to go. You never know. But then you look at the likes of Agnes Jebet, very good also in the last 800 meters. So these are athletes who know exactly when to kick. They, of course, they are checking on their watches to see the time they posted after this one. Of course, with 12 laps to go, 16:01 into this one. So you are talking about 30. We can do around 30:11. That is a possibility, and that will be well within the time required to make into Team Kenya for the World Athletics Championships.
Well, taking a look at this field, you can see that Miriam Chebet is being dropped, and the field is now down to 4.
Lactic acid has already started pouring in. So as when you talk to experts, they say that she might have specialized in the 5,000 meters, but trying out in the 10,000 meters, because you look at the endurance, more of the 5,000 meters than the 10,000 meters, because they're just halfway into this race.
Trying to go through some of the fastest times over the 10,000 meters women that have been run.
That should be up there.
Wait, actually, in Nairobi.
In Nairobi,
the fastest time is 30 minutes 53.60 by Helen Obiri, and that was in 2021. And so the question we're asking is, what records are going to go down today?
A national record?
National record is the world record. Beatrice Chebet holds the world record, 28:54.14.
And then you realize the 30:53, the best time ever posted on Kenyan soil, is not enough or sufficient to make a cut into Team Kenya for the Worlds.
And right now we have got intent being declared, and 3 athletes now. Agnes Jebet has hit the front. Agnes Jebet hits the front at the moment. In second place is Jet Ngetich, and then we've got Beatrice Chebet. We can see that Joy Cheptoyek is trying to cover the gap, but the up of the pace is very, very important here.
Joy Cheptoyek can be the dark horse in this one, because I've seen her racing here in Nairobi. She's really, really good, and they should be worried about her. But then you look at how the Ngetich, and of course Beatrice Chebet have lined up for this one. Look at Beatrice Chebet. She looks really strong. She's like ready to pounce on this one, and this is something we can say that she's been doing over the years. Beatrice Chebet, of course, the young assassin, of course, 25 years of age and already conquering the world in different disciplines. You look at how she's checking over her shoulder to see where the Ugandan is. And then realizes that maybe this is my time to pounce, but then not yet, because So 9 laps to go in this one. This will be very interesting. But then look at how well they are navigating through the last 10 laps of this one. It's really, really, really special. And Chepiotek, I think she better try to catch up with them, because what will happen, no Beatrice very well, and I think she's just done that, because the moment she decides to leave these athletes to take, let's say, 10 strides, then it will be very difficult for her to catch up. So it's 3 Kenyans and 1 Ugandan in 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And you can see how the pace is happening here with 9 laps to go, 3,600, and we're talking about 16 minutes of running so far. Agnes Getich hits the front, holding on to that cadence. And if you look at all the other athletes who are in the field, Gladys Kwamboka dropped after 6. And we can see that Miriam Chebet is trailing. And just by the looks of it from my commentary position, and when I look at the track, there's a distance of about 40 meters. That's between Cheptoyek and Miriam Chebet. And then there's about another 5 between Beatrice Chebet, Agnes Jebet Ngetich, and Janet Chepngetich. And the order at the moment is the world record holder on the road, somebody who's knocking on the doors to the world records, and the world record holder on the track.
Two athletes who specialize in road races. I'm talking about Ngetich and, of course, Chepiotek, in between track masters. So this is really interesting, and you can see the Ugandan is really trying to catch up. You say it was 5 meters, it's growing into 6 and 7 in a few.
The pace of building up, moment by moment. Around 20:40 with 8 laps to go. And if they hold on to this pace, because the interesting thing is that it is building as they go around the bend at the back straight, and they're going to be taking that turn. Joy Cheptoyek trying to make time for Team Uganda. One of the nations that also represented here, it's a mix of it. South Sudan also using this event as a build-up for their team.
We last saw Kazakhstan also coming here. So this is because it's a bronze label event that, of course, has been ratified by the World Athletics. Of course, athletes from other countries can always come and try out in this high altitude to see if they can actually post those qualification times. But then what happens if all of them clock under 3 minutes, 20 seconds to finish this race, and all of them, of course, eligible to represent Team Kenya for the Worlds?
So three places available. We know that this is one event where we've really missed out on the medals. We've got to be honest. Good Sega of Ethiopia, reigning world champion. That's something that's got to be broken. Let's Sinbet Gide taking the silver medal, and bronze medal going with Sonia O'Sullivan. So, in Budapest 2023, Alicia Monson of the US, also because that the shock name that was out there. But remember, we also have Irene Kamais who was out there, but there is a lot to beat.
Agnes Jebet Ngetich, of course, she's had a very good 2025 with 6 laps to go in this one. Of course, you remember during the Sirikwa Classic cross-country tour in Eldoret, she won the senior 10-kilometer race in a time of 32 minutes 42 seconds and dominated the race from start to finish. So she knows how to run from the front. Beatrice Chebet, on the other hand, knows how to run from the back. But then I'm looking at Agnes Ngetich, finished second in the 3,000 meters race in Kingston Grand Slam, and then she went ahead to win the 5,000 meters during the 2025 Miami Grand Slam track in a time of 14 minutes 25.80 seconds. And of course, just the other day, She finished second in the 5,000 meters at the Prefontaine Classic, clocking 14 minutes 0.129 seconds. And this was the third fastest time in history in the 5,000 meters. And of course, she finished behind Beatrice Chebet. And of course, this is when Beatrice Chebet broke the world record. So looking at Agnes Ngetich currently in the lead, you can look at how she is well poised to, let's say, earning a slot in the national team, Team Kenya, for the World Athletics Championship, because she's shown the pedigree, and of course, literally, she is a very, very strong athlete. And of course, right now, leading the way, it's Agnes Ngetich. She actually propelled Beatrice Chebet to winning, breaking the world record in the 5,000 meters in Prefontaine. So Agnes Chebet has what it takes to prove that she's among the best in this discipline, Wahome.
Okay. Yes, and you can, and whenever you see a field that is this collected, as we now have got just over 5 laps to go. 20 race started at just around 9:07, so we've had about 25 minutes of running. The competition again amongst these athletes is what, if you were to ask me, would really stand out. And the cadence and the pressure that they're putting on each other. Everyone concentrating on what they're supposed to do. So that's how they stand as they get now to a point where they have got just over 1,600 meters of running, 25:40, and simply looking at the timing for the last 2 laps, it's been 2 minutes 19 seconds, 2 minutes 29, holding on to a steady pace of about 1 minute 15 per lap. They've slowed down, so we could still be looking at under 31 minutes, which, if you ask me, would still be a very fast time given the conditions. If you just need to know how high the Ulinzi Sports Complex is, just do a quick search of the altitude
in Nairobi
of Wilson Airport. We're talking about 1,700 meters or so above sea level.
Above sea level, yeah. So it should be 1750. And look at this, the number 1, 2, and 3, of course. Agnes Ngetich, second in Prefontaine in the 5,000 meters, and then in the same race, Janet Chepngetich ran her personal best in 5,000 meters, 14 minutes, 40.25 seconds. So this is a team that was together at the Prefontaine Classic when Beatrice Chebet broke the 5,000 meters record, and they're here in Nairobi, just proving that what they did in the United States wasn't by fluke, but something that was planned, something that they had prepared for. And Janet was second to Agnes at the Sirikwa Classic earlier on this year. So it's something that, of course, it all boils down to the preparations they've had, and of course, each one of them is aiming to represent the country in Tokyo come September.
So there they are, and at the moment, Agnes Ngetich, you can tell, some interesting rivalry when it comes to these athletes. At the moment, right at the top is Agnes Ngetich, followed by Janet Chepngetich, and then Beatrice Chebet. They'll have 800 meters to go. The last lap was about 1 minute 12. So the pace
slowed down a little bit.
Pace constant. That's what.
Because they've been doing 1:11.
So 2 laps to go. What reads the clock? And they have slowed down on that, a 1 minute 19 lap. They've got 2 laps to go. After this, these 3 will be hitting the bell. So you can expect that there's going to be a massive, massive sprint. 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 seconds is the entry standard required for these athletes. They now have got 600 meters to go.
Beatrice Chebet keeping on the heels of Chepngetich. So expect something explosive. And remember, 30:53.60, the fastest time run on Kenyan soil in the 10,000 meters, and it is always marked as one that has got altitude. There goes the bell. It's now into the final lap. 29:20. And you can tell that the pace has been upped because that is a 1 minute 9-second lap. 300 meters to go. Let's see who's got that kick. Look at the smiles. Jepet says, get ahead. Beatrice is just behind her. Beatrice knows that she's qualified. 28:54 is that.
She's pushing the rest. She's pushing Agnes. She's pushing, of course, Janet. And this is what we want to see, because this has been teamwork from Prefontaine to Nairobi. And of course, we want to see who actually beats that time. And of course, we are looking at 30 minutes, 20 seconds. That is the time. I'm not sure if they're going to make it, but then this is it. And Beatrice, like she's been preserving the energy.
Rebecca Mwangi is the one at the tail, and let's see the time on the clock as they get to the finish. They're done. The winning time
30:27.04. So something has been broken, just as you said. The best time to be run on Kenyan soil, because Obiri had 30:53 and Agnes has done 30:27.
So there you've got the athletes, and we're going to be going trackside to get to hear from those athletes. And it's a story that's being told, considering that Janet Chepngetich, she is there with a 30:04 time. Agnes Chebet, they've been given that opportunity to do the interviews as they cool down after that race. For Agnes Chepngetich, you can tell by the smile on her face, everything looked planned to the dot.
Actually, that was a very tactical race, but you could see the solid pacing towards the end of the race inside the last 200 meters, and this is something that we always expected. Beatrice Chebet on the other side didn't really have to struggle so much because she had already booked her ticket to the World Athletics Championship. So this is something that was planned, and I think it went according to the script, with Janet, of course, winning ahead of Agnes. And of course, you can see them exchanging niceties as we wait for them to actually hear what they have to say about this brilliant race that has been executed by a very, very tactical. Of course, you look at how it was from the start. It was Agnes who paced, and then, yeah, we had Janet winning the race. But of course, we have to hear what they say. And over to you, Charity Wanja, who is talking to Agnes, Beatrice, and of course, Janet.
That was a wonderful race here, and Wahome, over to you. I'm joined here by Janet Chepngetich. She's finished first in the 10,000. Janet, race imekuwa vipi kwako?
Race imekuwa mzuri. Nashukuru Mungu ameniwezesha nikimbie vizuri. Kukimbia na kina Chebet, Agnes and Beatrice. I'm so happy kukua team na wao. Najua tutaenda kung'ang'ana tena huko.
Team imeingia vile mlikuwa mmepanga?
Imeingia vile tulikuwa tumepanga. Na tunashukuru Mungu sana.
Thank you so much. We'll move inside ingine for the interview. Also joined here by Agnes Chepngetich. Congratulations. Una feel aje?
I'm so happy. I thank God. Ametusaidia, tumemaliza tukiwa strong. and we hope for the good results uko Tokyo. Najua tumeenda na strong team, Chebet na Chanet. Tunaenda kusaidiana vilivyo na at least tutakuja na medal. Cha muhimu ni kukuja na hizo medals nyumbani. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Na pengine kwa teamwork yenu mnapanga synergy aje? Mnapanga kushirikiana aje to ensure that we have the 3 medals?
Kwa training na kila kitu tutaona training ikiwa sawa na good health, na tukienda kung'ang'ana huko na tusaidiane to push each other, at least tutakuja na medal. Yeah.
Thank you so much and congratulations. I'm also joined here by the double Olympic champion Beatrice Chebet. Beatrice, congratulations.
Thank you.
Unafeel aje kuhusu leo performance ya leo?
Today performance ya leo imekuwa mzuri na nimefurahi kukimbia along the
Janet, and
my
this
colleagues,
is what we want to see, because this has been teamwork from Prefontaine to Nairobi, and of course we want to see who actually
kitu
beats
chenye
that time,
nasema
and
ni
of course we are looking at
leo tumekimbia tuone vile teamwork helps. So
I'm not sure if they're gonna make it, but then this is it. And Beatrice,
tusaidiane,
like she's been preserving the energy.
Run there in Tokyo. Yeah.
Rebecca Mwangi is the one at the tail, and let's see the time on the clock as they get to the finish.
Sababu tunajua pia team Ethiopia itakuwa iko strong na nyinyi, because you guys will be the guys to beat.
Yeah, Ethiopia pia even Europeans, Americans si rahisi, but kiti ya maana ni tukienda huko as a teamwork na kusaidiana tutaleta hizo medals wote nyumbani. Yeah.
You recently broke the world record of 5,000. How does it feel?
It feels good being the first woman to run sub 14. Mimi nasema ni history nimemake na I'm proud of myself, na at least na motivate young kids, small girls, na najua wenye wana follow footstep yangu, footstep ya Faith na many other top athletes, najua wata excel pia, because being a champion is what you think, na kupenda pia ndio utakuwa champion. Champion is for everyone. Yeah.
Okay, all the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Janet Chemgetich, Agnes and Beatrice Chebet, who are the top 3 athletes in the 10,000 meters. My name is Charit Wanja. I'll be taking you through the flash course here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex as we continue with our trials. Over to you, Mulemi and Daniel Wahome. Also remember that we're live on KBC and also on Athletics Kenya YouTube channels.
Well, and thank you very much, Charity, for those trackside interviews with the 3 who have been there in the women's 10,000 meters. And I've got to say, a very epic race and an historic one when it comes to this, because we have had the fastest time run on Kenyan soil, and that was 30 minutes 27. And previously we had Helen Obiri, who had 30:53.69, slashing 26 seconds off in a 10,000 meter race. Is going to be huge. Beatrice Chebet, the world record holder, is out there. Agnes Chebet and Janet Chemgetich. Next, as you can see, that has been set up. We're going to have the men's 400 meter semi-finals. That's the next track event, and you know, you've got to say that we've got the most interesting crop of 400 meter runners in 30 years.
Very true, because looking at what we have here, it's like we already know who might be going to Tokyo, especially after the times posted during the Kip Keino Classic. It was a B event, but then the times posted there were just crazy. I'm talking about George Mutinda, Brian Onyari Tinega, and of course Kelvin Kipkorir. All of them posted under 44 seconds, 44.85 seconds. George Mutinda, 44.51, Brian Tinega 44.67, and Kelvin Kipkorir 44.80 coming into this one. So they just want to make a confirmation, but first of all they have to go past the semi-finals that starts in a bit. And I can see in semi-final number 1 we have Dennis Mulongo, George Mutinda, the fastest man in the 400 meters this season in Kenya. Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui, yes, 46.16 is his personal best coming into this one. Weissman Were is doing the 400 meters, and of course he's already qualified for the World Athletics Championships in the hurdles. And then there is Moitalel Mpoke and Abraham Akur of South Sudan, one of the only foreign athletes in this one. So very interesting times ahead in this heat number 1. But then I'm looking at George Mutinda, the fastest man in Kenya in 400 meters this year, 44.51.
Well, I'm simply looking at what this field may have to offer and what they have to break. Given that there's one athlete, who feels a little bit disappointed, and that would be Zablon Ekwam.
Zablon Ekwam really had a good outing last time in the national championships. Of course, beating Ferdinand Omanyala in the 200 meters main final. That was no mean feat because you could feel the energy he used, and of course how well he executed that race, and the celebration, of course, just saw him actually become a darling of the crowd that was here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. So I'm looking at him. He is the one who is still seeking qualification for the Tokyo Games, because 3 are well within that. But Zablon Ekwam is a sure bet for anybody.
Well, the fact that at one point this Ulinzi's track hadn't been certified, and he had clocked a 44.67, which means that he would have been in contention, and this would have been the biggest battle for a place at a world championships in the 400 meters. Just looking over the years, and the reason I mentioned 30 years, so the late Samson Kitur won a bronze in Stuttgart in 1993. Clock 44.54, still holds the national record at that point. So you can really feel that, you can see how big it is. 1994 Commonwealth Games champion Charles Gitonga, currently I think still one of the fastest 3 Kenyans over the distance. We've got Samson Kitur, who still holds the national record 40.15. We've got Emmanuel Kipkorir, and we've got Charles Gitonga, all clocked on a 44.3. And it is for the first time in 30 years that 44 is some point under 45 seconds is beginning to look normal. That's looking at the field. 3 heats are going to be run. Moitalel Mpoke, great to see him back. We've seen him there. Wiseman Were Mukobe, he is a specialist hurdler. Kelvin Kiprotich to Roy, George Mutinda, and Dennis Mulongo. And then from South Sudan, we've got Abraham Abur. Second hit, Graham in the 4.
In the second hit, of course, we'll have Joshua Wanyonyi Ndombi, of course, a personal best of 46.95. Brian Onyari Tinega, we talked about him, 44.67. Alan Kipiego, yet another good athlete, 45.03. Boniface Ontunga Mwesa, 46.19. And Eric Kimanthi, 46.69. So in this second semi-final, Brian Tinega, who was second to George Mutinda, 44.67, comes in with the fastest time in that one. But then I was looking at George Mutinda, the splits when he won the national trials here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. From 0 to 100 meters, he did a 10.75. From 100 meters to 200 meters, he did a 10.96. Then slowed down in the 200, between the 200 and 300 meter at 11.20. And then did an 11.75, heading towards the 44.51. So this was a very electric pace. He is a very fast starter, and also looking at his age right now, born in 2001, George Mutinda has been promising, and of course he comes from the Utawala Sprinting Club. So that tells you there's something special happening down there.
So, and you can see that all the track judges are now ready, and the 400 meter event just about to start. 3 heats of it.
And of course there is semi-final number 3 where we have Kennedy Mutoki, 47.02. Kelvin Kipkorir, 44.80. So Kelvin Kipkorir, Brian Tinega, and George Mutinda, they've been separated because you know what they did. They finished in a 1, 2, 3 during the national trials here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. So each one of them has been selected to run in different heats of this semi-final. David Saneki Pirante, 46.50. He'll be running in lane number 5 in the 3rd semi-final. Zablon Ekwam, 45.01. That is his personal best coming into this one. Then there is Kelvin Joktan and Erastus Mbaluka. That is the 3rd semi-final of this 400 meters. And of course, as we enjoy, of course, the live band here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. You love this.
And so the athletes now making their way, and this is the first hit of the 400 meters.
And so this is how they're going to be lined up by lane, and you can see we have got Dennis Masika Mulongo, who's going to be in lane 1, 45.41. George Mutinda, who had the 44.51. And you know, when you look at a 44.51 in Nairobi, you have to accept that it is huge. It is big because over the last 2 years when we've had the Kid Kano Classic, times have been run very, very fast. 44.43. And for George Mutuku, this is the 10th fastest time in Nairobi.
44.651, yes.
So we've got a really good field. It's good to see Mwetalel Mpoke back.
He's had a couple of injury problems, so good to see him back. Coming into this one, 46.93. Hopefully, he'll be satisfied with improving on his time rather than even seeking for qualification. I think that will be a bonus, looking at the kind of competition that is in this field.
For Wiseman Were, competing on this track is basically competing at home.
He's used to this, of course. Broke the national record during the Kip Keno Classic in the hurdles. So he's coming here to make a statement of, and maybe just do a double going into the Tokyo Games, because he's already qualified for the hurdles and he'll still be participating in that.
Hardly do we see a hurdler trying to also do the flat. If you can take a look at them, these athletes, as they do this, the clock's going to be so important. For the athletes who have all come in, six athletes in this heat. So the man on your screen now warming up. Kenya's hurdling King Wiseman Were. Look at George Mutinda's outfit. I mean, it's an odd one for a sprinter. They are known to have body fitting or body hugging. That's, you know, this is the kind of weather that, you know, you would say is not real big friendly to sprinters. They prefer the warm weather. So this chilly weather and how they manage their warm-up is a massive one, because such that they are able to run, not cramp, knowing that there's still about 1 week in terms of qualification for time, plus after that we'll have all that. And certainly that has been done. As the women's javelin also happening at the moment, 10 a.m. You could hear that announcement being made. And
earlier on, I think we had the long jump. We're getting the results in a bit. But then we look at how tense this field is. I think someone is in for a rude shock. We talked about the baggy bid by Kelvin Kiprotich Tanui. I've never seen, that is Mulongo Masika, I've never seen him change. That's now his style. But I think it's also a disadvantageous to him, especially you talked about the wind and everything. If it's an onward wind, a headward wind, then it will be very difficult for him, let's say, to cope up with the rest. Look at how Wiseman Were is kitted. That tells you the difference between,
how it tells. And Mwetalel Mpoke, I mean, he was one of the, the biggest prospects
in the distance.
And if you have to go back to the World Under-18 Championships that were hosted here in Nairobi way back in 2018.
Him and, of course, Sayanek.
And David Sayanek. So these young ones, and he's always tried to break through, and they get onto the blocks. Greg, you can take us through this heat one.
Heat number 1 of the 400 meters, lane number 1, Dennis Mulongo, George Mutinda in lane number 2, Kelvin Kiprotich, lane number 3, Wiseman Were in lane number 6, Mwetalel Mpoke in lane number 7, and Abraham Abur in lane number 8. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those will be the lanes to be that has that will be having these athletes. Watch out for George Mutinda, fastest time in the country, 40. Missing out is Abraham Abur of South Sudan, but look out at Wiseman Were coming out of the blocks really nicely. George Mutinda trying so hard to ensure that he maintains the same pace that he's had over the years in the 400 meters, and it is Wiseman Were currently in the lead in this first semi-final of the 400 meters. For Wiseman Were, remember, is the national champion in the 400 meters hurdles. As he takes that bend very swiftly, but then George Mutinda responds really nicely to the joy of this crowd here at the Olympic Sports Complex. Remember, he had 44.51. George Mutinda, Wiseman Were fading out, but he has that agility to do that. Dennis Mulongo trying so hard, but then it is Wiseman Were just coming back. George Mutinda just falling before the finishing line. Quite unfortunate for the national champion, but then Wiseman Were seeing it off. Will be confirming the time, of course. Wiseman Were 45.97, and quite unfortunate for George Mutinda, who just fell near the finishing line.
And when you take a look at this event, and this is a semi-final. So remember the rule of when it comes to the free hits, the first two past the line automatically qualify. So we're looking at and we're making it through to the final. Then they shall be looking at who else qualifies with a small q based on time. And the main one, the one that decides who is going to make it to the team, is going to be at 2 p.m. It's going to be the final event of the trials. So these athletes can calm down, and when it comes to Wiseman Were, in 1 hour, is going to be doing his specialty event, which is a 400-meter hurdles.
The second semi-final, Joshua Wanyonyi Ndombi will be running in lane number 3, Brian Tinega in lane number 4, Alan Piego in lane number 5, Boniface Mweresa in lane number 6, and Eric Kimata in number 7. And as you can see, George Mutinda was in cruise control of that one, but then the agility, and of course, look at Wiseman Were. He seemed to have faded out, but then just about got that in. The hurdles really helped him have that endurance, Daniel, and you could see George Mutinda felt a little bit of pressure. I'm not sure if this will be counted as a finish because his hands touched the line. So complicated. He fell down, but then his hands had touched the finishing line.
Okay, so this is how it's gone down. Wiseman Were 45.96, and then Dennis Masika Mulongo 46.00, and then we had Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui 46.24, George Mutinda 46.26, and then we have had Moitalel Mpoke did not finish, so George Mutinda 46.26 is the time that has been given for him. As we now get ready for the second semi-final in the men's 400 meters. Lane 7. In this one, the man we're looking at is Eric Kimathi. Lane 6 is, we expect to see Boniface Omtunga Mweresa. He has been a national champion. He was captain of the Kenya relay team. There is Boniface Mweresa. He was he led the Kenya relay men's 4x400 meter relay team to qualify for the World Championships, and also the 4x100 meter relay team. When you just simply take a look at that, it tells a totally different story. So let's also take a look at the other athletes. Lane number 5, we've got Alan Kipiego. Lane 4, Brian Onyari Tinega, and lane number 3, we have got Joshua Wanyonyi Ndombi. Brian Tinega, that's one you're seeing there, 44.67. He has already met the entry standard for the World Championships. 44.8 flat is what is required for all of these athletes. Kevin Kipkorir, Brian Tinega, and George Mutinda have all met those standards.
Alan Kipiego started the season as an 800 meter runner. but has realized that he has that pace for the 400 meters. So it will be very interesting to see what he has to offer in this one, because he was an 800 meter specialist, but decided, okay, let me try the shorter distance, because he always faded out after the 600 meters. So that man there in lane number, that is Boniface Mueres, a former national champion in the 400 meters, and Eric Matthews also had a very good season. He'll be running in lane number 7.
So the end, you can see that now already on the blocks. It's one lap, finishing in the top 2 to secure a spot for 2 p.m. when you're going to have the 400 meters final, when the team will be selected. So let's take a look and wait for the start of this event. All set. All of them are on the blacks. Off they go, and clean this start is Mueresa is moving forward. He surged quite hard early enough. Mueresa, remember, he has done a 44.96 previously, 46.69 this season, and now they are right at the stretch. Brian Tinega gaining ground, and you can see the lanky Alan Kipyego also trying to up that. And let's take a look now. It is Brian Tinega who's now taking that bend. Can we see some acceleration coming in from Boniface Mueresa? He's holding on well. It's a final straight, and Brian Tinega has created daylight between himself and everyone else. Kipyego is just behind him and waiting for that clock as they get past the line.
Stop 45.59.
Which is a good for the semi-final, because I expect them to go full blast when it comes to the final.
Alan Kipyego once again proving that he's more of a 400 meter runner than an 800 meter runner. But then Brian Tinega, Boniface Mueresa seemed not to have shrugged off that injury that he had earlier on in the season. You can see he's grimacing a little bit. Not the result he really expected, but I'm really happy for this young man, Alan Kipyego, who transformed so fast from the 800 meters to the 400 meters, and you can always see that he is proving to be one of the athletes who might actually improve over the coming seasons, and because he's just shown that he has what it takes. The acceleration, look at how he was pacing down the home straight onto the bend, Alan Kipyego, but then also Brian Tinega, as usual, off the blocks very fast, and then very good in maintaining that distance. So a very good final coming up, and of course we wait to see who joins them in semi-final number 3. But Alan Kipyego, look at him coming very, very nicely. That was in lane number 5. But then Alan, look at Brian Tinega. He maintained that distance. But then Boniface Mueresa seems to be struggling with that hamstring injury he suffered earlier in the season. Look at him, he's not been 100%. But Alan Kipyego just misses that final push. He could have gotten that one right before the 800 meters.
And this is just about half a second between that finish and it. So Brian Tinega, pointing out that Eric Kimathi did, which is all rolling back. So 45.57 is the official time that has been set for that. Alan Kipyego with a 45.88, Boniface Mueresa 46.33, and Joshua Wanyonyi 47.5. Eric Kimathi is out as we now head to the final hit, and you can see a very confident Kevin Kipkorir, 44.8. He really looks ready to blow this off. He already has qualified 44.80 in Nairobi, and that was at the Kip Keino Classic. So he's going to be running in lane 2, rather in lane 4. Lane 3, we've got Kennedy Kimeu Mutoki, slowest on the field, 47.02. David Sanayek Kapirante, 46.25 is his best. And also we've got Zablon Ekai Ekwam. For Zablon Ekwam, this is a very important moment for him. Having done a 45.01 early in the season, it will be crucial to see him improve on this time. He really wants to be giving the Kenya team selectors a headache by being one of the 4 who has met the time. So there is lane 5, that's David Sanayek. Lane 6, when we just took off those blocks, was Zablon Ekwam. Kevin Joktan is in lane 7. Erastus Mbaluka Musili is in lane 8. All athletes warming up. This is the one hit where no athlete opted out of the event. When you talk about the 400 meters, Kenya's greatest runner, the late Samson Kitui, won bronze. After that, everyone has been asking, where do we get another medalist? How powerful can this team be?
Because having qualified for the world relays, for the world championships in the 4x400 meters, I think it's a good team.
Yes, and also looking at how they executed the race and some of the splits that this team was dropping out in China at the world relays, then you have got to enjoy, and the kind of teamwork that they are developing. Zablon Ekwam is then lane 6. Let's move on to lane 7, and you can see the face of Kevin Joktan. Looks like Erastus Mbaluka is missing. Gregory, to take us through hit 3 of this event.
Hit number 3 of the 400 meters. 2 athletes are guaranteed a final spot at 2 p.m. Kennedy Mudei, Kip Korir, Sayanek, Zablon Ekwam, Kevin Joktan, and Erastus Mbaluka. Of course, they got off the block nicely. Zablon Ekwam in all black this morning, trying so hard because he just missed out at the qualification time at the Kip Korir Classic, and they come to the home straight. Zablon Ekwam currently in the lead. David Sayanek also trying so hard to stay there. The 2 men in black are trying to outsmart each other as they get into that bend, and Zablon Ekwam currently assuming the lead as they head to the home straight. It is Zablon Ekwam, the man who has been talked about so many times. It is time as they come to the home straight into the last 100 meters. It is Zablon Ekwam, Kelvin Kip Korir on the outside, the man in the 3rd fastest time in the country this year. Again, it's Zablon Ekwam. This is going to be tight, but then it is Zablon Ekwam on home soil winning that one. 45.55, quite faster than it was in the second semi-final. And of course, Kelvin Kip Korir, who rarely loses, finishes in second.
It's a race execution that we've seen by Kelvin Kip Korir, ensuring that he gets a place in the final, because this is what the trials are all about. Do you make the final? Are you in the top 2? If not, you're going to get that wild card, which no one wants to be selected by. And it's the brutality of this, trials as Kenya heads this that has always existed. You can go back to the 2007 trials when, Athletics Kenya decided to use the 1, 2, 3. It was brutal. Big names eliminated. But as we can see here, Mutinda is going to miss out on the final. Just by looking at the summary of all of these events. Zablon Ekwam is through to the final. And remember, the final of the 400 meters flat is going to be the last event. It's going to be run at 2:05 p.m. Last event of the day. So just waiting for the official confirmation of all the times that have been posted. 45.55 the winning time. Kevin Kip Korir with a 45.83. David Sayanek Kapirante 46.27. Erastus Mbaluka 47.18. Kennedy Kimeu Mudoka 47.41. And Kevin Joktan 48.39. So the top 2, 45.53, 45.83, Kip Korir, they are through to that. And looking, Gregory, just sift through those times. You see the final 2 who are going to be occupying, those other lanes as we see Zablon Ekwam and Kevin Kip Korir getting into that final bend. And Zablon Ekwam had to push himself so hard. He is running on his home track. And so, overall rankings, let's take a look at this. So, those who've made it through, Zablon Ekwam, Brian Tinega, Kevin Kip Korir, Alan Kipyego, Wiseman Were, Dennis Mulongo, Kevin Kiprotich Tunoi, and George Mutinda. Those are the 8 who've cracked through to the final at 2:05 p.m.
Just a question about this. George Mutinda tagged, it's like a tap down. George Mutinda, actually, he made sure that he touched the finishing line and of course that was recorded. And you see, that is the beauty, because you have to act smart when you know that things are not working your way. But of course, he qualifies in 46.26. And just to ask a question about how this happens. We've seen athletes, of course, dive when they feel that they're not in a better position to sprint to the finish. And these are just some of the tactics, and it's all allowed. So someone might be asking why George Mutinda is in this team. And of course, he actually fell just before the finishing line, and 46.26. But it's recorded because he touched the finishing line with his hand, showing that he completed the race.
And you can always expect the color. Actually, one of these chaps is a Kenya Police FC fan. He is known as Jenga. Making his noise, always dressed in the kit, and he can...
The other day was in a suit.
That's because maybe he was still engaged in his day job. All right. So you can see that the blocks are still in place, because the next race that is supposed to start, which is the 4x400 meter relay women, that's the one that is lined up next. Remember, Kenya failing to meet that out, but in Guangzhou, China, the Kenyan team set a new national record of 3 minutes 28.20 seconds at the World Relays. That was in Guangzhou. So that's the quartet of Esther Mbagari, Mercy Chebet, Lanolina Oko, and Mercy Okech. The splits in that 4x400, they were 53.28, 51.64, 52.94, and 50.34 by Mercy Okech. The 4x400 meter relay women, it's going to be an event that is going to involve 4 teams. Uganda are represented here, and the reason why we have got 4 teams is to make sure that any mark that is set is legal. Here we are. Lenny Shida, Banura Morin, Malvina Kwenyi, Monica Kulu will be running for the Ugandan team. And Kenya has got 3 teams, Kenya A, Kenya B, and Kenya C. Kenya A has Mercy Chebet, Mercy Adongo Okech, Lanolina Oko, and Mary Mora.
That's a strong team. And in Kenya B, we have Esther Mbagari, of course, national champion in the 100 meters. Gladys Mumbe, Vanis Kerubo, Sylvia Chemutai, and in lane number 4, Joel Bosibori, Helen Siombua, Anna Mbatia, and Rahab Wanjiru Ndirangu.
And so you can see that the teams are lining up and in the order in which they will run. So there's going to be an explosive anchor leg, definitely, with Mary Mora running anchor leg for Kenya A. See that they are all lined up in a particular order. And everyone taking their place. There is method to the madness, as they say. So that means, what this means is 14 places for the World Championships have already been secured. And that was in Guangzhou, China, and that was at the World Relays. All the other teams need to do is to be in the top 16 in the world to qualify. How do you qualify? There must be at least 3 nations.
So only 2 spots remaining.
2. And this has to be done by the end of this month. That's where we are at. And that's what everyone's focused on. 2 slots. 10th of July, teams must have gotten into the top 16. This being a team sport and relay events coming being thin and narrow, that is one big challenge for everyone. Because the other thing that would be everyone needs to understand is that for a team to qualify, there must be at least 3 nationalities. So having Kenya A, Kenya B, Kenya C, and Uganda makes it a 4-nation event.
Technically, it's a 4 nations event because they've been separated according to the nationalities, And of course, you look at the Ugandans. I'll talk about the Ugandans because I feel they also have a very strong field. The national champion Shida Lenyi will be anchoring. That tells you that the likes of Akulu Monica and Auma Mary must make sure that at least they help Team Uganda earn that slot. But something funny is that we don't always look at the timings, but we'll be looking at the rankings. So if they post very good times, they'll be in a prime position. They'll be in prime position to qualify for the games. You can see Mercy Chebet leading Team Kenya A. She's a very good relay runner. In Guangzhou, I think she's the one who actually ran the fastest time in the split.
It was Mercy Okech, 50-34.
50-34.
Which was impressive given that no blocks are involved. And so clocking 50-34 and anchor leg was very, very good. And everyone was asking, what would have been the story if Mary Moran, whose body still has got a 400-meter muscle memory, would have won. And we're looking at a Mercy Moran who has just come off a 50.6 performance over the weekend in Europe, while we were all focused on the London Diamond League. She was somewhere in Belgium, in Zolder, doing her thing. So there they are. Lane 1, Uganda. Lane 2 is going to be Kenya A. Lane 3 will be Kenya B. And lane 4 is going to be Kenya C. Kenya C, Sarah Bosibori is the one who's going to be running leg 1. For Kenya B, Esther Mbagari will be running lane 2. Will be actually doing leg 1. And that is Esther Mbagari holding on to the baton and trying to make sure that she gets her starting blocks right. Kenya A, Mercy Chebet will be running leg 1. Everyone having all the times and equipment checked. You can see that they have all been asked to move into the correct positions. And remember, they line up by how they will run. With all set, we should now be good to go. Remember that for all nations that have been out there, that is what we've had. So we should now be getting ready to go with this. The 4x400 meters. And when it comes to these distances, it doesn't matter whether it's altitude or anything. It's about what you post on the clock. So all athletes now, they've taken their place. And they're ready to get into the action. The start of the 4x400 meter relay women. 4 teams. Uganda here, they definitely want to see if they can make time. Try sneak past Kenya when it comes to this distance of this particular event. Kenya B is there, and that is Esther Mbagari. And finally there we have it. Remember, we had a shocker out in Guangzhou, China. The Spanish team out there, performing so well.
so far, if you were just to go, looking by nations, it would be Spain, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Belgium, Poland, Ireland, USA, South Africa, Britain, Czech. So Kenya out there just outside the top 16, looking for it. The start of the 4x400 meter relay. This is leg one. It's a one-off event. And so off we go, and we can see that is Bosibori who's out on lane. And look at the pace that Mercy Chebet has decided to inject early enough for Uganda. Lenny Shida is out there, and also a great run coming in from Esther Magari as they are at the back straight. How they push is quite critical. Mercy Chebet, even as an individual athlete, one of the fastest who's brought the times down from the 52s now going down to the low 51s. And Mercy Chebet running for Kenya A has the front as they get down the home straight. And then you've got Esther Magari, a teammate of ours at the Guangzhou Relays, who was running in leg 3 is there. So Kenya A, the handover is onto it, and now it's Mercy Adongo Okech and Gladys Mumbe for Kenya A and B.
Mercy Okech, of course, the national champion in the 400 meters, extending that lead for Team Kenya A. And of course, she is way ahead of Gladys Mumbe of Kenya B. The Ugandans are in third place. Of course, it's Kenya A, Kenya B, Uganda, and of course, Kenya C in this 4x400 meters. The second exchange coming up in a bit, but this was really smooth. And of course, they are now the second leg runners and battling it out. Mercy Okech just showing why she is the national champion, the record holder in the 400 meters, coming into the home straight, and I'm sure she'll be exchanging this in a very smooth way, heading into the second changeover. And of course, this is Lanolin Aoko.
1 minute 43 at that exchange after the end of 2 laps, and you can see, and there is Kenya at the front, and Uganda, they've gained some pace in between, with Malvina Kwenyi now on the leg, and Lanolin Aoko is the one who's at the front for Kenya A. And look at Kenya B, who Venice Kerubo is running for that. 200 meters to go in this leg. And we can see that Kenya A, Lanolin Aoko, is headed to the front, and this is just about to bring a big cheer to the Ulinzi Sports Complex. And look at Kenya B, Venice Kerubo gaining ground. And wait for this, it's the anchor leg by Mary Mora. Remember, at the 200 meter position is how they are arranged, and Mary Mora has picked the baton. Take a look at Kenya B, that was actually not supposed to be allowed. And Mary Mora, look at it, her running style has changed, not the kind of motion that she had way back in 2017.
Mary Mora, of course, wants to prove a point after a very disappointing outing in Paris 2 weeks ago. Mary Mora right now in the anchor leg, in the final leg of this 4x400 meters. She has been a champion before. She is a champion at the Olympics. She is a champion at the Worlds, and also wants to represent the country at the Worlds, and now knows that she is in contention to making it to Team Kenya 4x400 meter relays. They are looking for the 2 remaining positions in this distance at the Tokyo Games, and there comes Mary Mora coming home to win the 4x400 meter relay. Time 3 minutes 27.50 seconds.
It's a new national record in the 4x400 meters women's relay, 3:27.5 unofficially. Remember, in Guangzhou they clocked 3:28.20.
So they've shaved actually 1 second in less than a year.
In 2.5 months.
2.5 months.
2 months, 11 days. It was on the 11th of May. So there it is. It's big news. 3:27. And where does that place them? Previously ranked 25th in the world on 320. In Guangzhou, actually, it would be different.
3:28 in Guangzhou.
Yes.
Now it's 3:27.50 unofficial time, of course. But I like the mood Mary Mora is in because she's had a very a season of a season whereby she's not really performed according to expectations. She's been criticized, but right now I know she's on track to proving a point, and I'll be really glad to hear what she has to say. I'm really eager to hear what she has to say about this performance, because breaking the national record under these conditions on altitude is no mean feat.
Actually, outside the national record actually is 325.8.
325.8.
Yes, but the
fastest time this year.
So looking at it, for them, this should be pushing them up the rankings, because that's where they want to be. But remember, if you're going to be running against teams like Czechia, Norway, or the Netherlands, who are doing under 325 consistently, that's where you've got to be. Big moment for Kenya A.
I can always go back to the penultimate round of this one, where Leanolin actually struck that lead between Kenya A and Uganda before Kenya B actually overtook the Ugandans, and it was the turning point to this one, and it gave Mary Moraa a very easy time of stretching her lead coming into this one and getting it done in record time.
So you can see it's interviews time. Waiting for the official time on the clock in the women's 4x400 meters. As you can see, people from, the crowd is there, always excited. Spain, the top-ranked team this year in the world. And so, at the moment, let's hand over to Charity, who's trackside.
Qualify in the 4x4 women. Remember, we already have the 4x1 or in the team the mixed relay. Moraa, safari imekuwa vipi?
Tumekimbia vizuri kulingana na training ya tumekuwa tukifanya, and we are looking for the qualification for World Championship in Tokyo. I don't know if we have made it, so we are just waiting the confirmation from Athletics Kenya, and I think so we have broken our national record, and we are really happy. And what I can say, we are ready to go there to Kunga for Team Kenya and for the world. Yeah.
For you in your individual race, the 800, what are the preparation, and so far, how far are you in terms of training?
The training is good so far, and I think maybe there's somewhere I've not happened my body. We are working on it with coach. So far so good. We are around the 80%. We have around the 20% to go, so that we can make it to 100. And we are good. And our big target is our World Championship. That's our aim.
Thank you so much, and all the best.
Thank you so much. Next time.
That was Mary Moraa. She's saying that she's hoping that they have been able to qualify for the World Athletics Championships that will be held in Tokyo in September from 13th to 21st of September. She's saying that she's also working on her individual race, and she's saying that she's 80% and almost there. Over to you, Mlemi and Wahome, as we continue over with the 100 meters men.
All right, thank you very much, Charity Tracks. And yes, it's now time for the real fast folks, and we're talking about the 100 meters. 2 hits is what we're going to have over 100 meters, and remember it's 10 seconds flat. That is the entry time. So in hit 1, in lane 1, we're going to have Tyson Juma, former national record holder. Mark Odhiambo is in lane 2. He's got beep number 10. 10.22 is his personal best. 10.57 Tyson Juma's personal best. Lane number three, on lane 4, we've got Meshak Babu, 10.31, his personal best. Man on your face at the moment is Mark Otieno.
He's barely run this year.
So going on to lane 4, yeah, Meshak Babu, 10.31, his personal best. He was in the Guangzhou in that relays team. You've got Moses Wasike Onyango, 10.47 is his personal best. We've got Dennis Mwai, 10.46 is his personal best. And then we've got Simon Regao is there in lane 7. 10.79 is his best time. And we've got Oageng Ntuntana from Botswana. So remember, it's this 8, and for you to make it to the final, there's only one rule: be in the top 3 and 2 others based on time. In Kenya so far only one athlete has qualified, Ferdinand Omanyala. So all the others have got to run in under 10.0 flat. Heat 1, as they're there ready to see the gun go. All waiting for the all clear. So the athletes are now ready to go. Tyson Juma, lane 2. Marco Tieno, 3. Meshak Babu, 4. Wasike, 5. Mwine, 6. Regawin, 7. And Ntuntana in 8. Off they go. It's a clean start. And Marco Thiambo has hit the front quite fast. Meshak Babu sprint past him. And look at that late surge.
10.25.
10.25. That's what the clock reads. That's where it stopped.
10.35 is the mark, and of course, the most important thing, as you said, is the first 2 places, and of course, Meshak
Actually, first 3.
First 3 places. So Meshak Babu in, Marco Diambo in, and of course, we'll be looking at who finished 3rd in this one. And Marco Diambo, who's barely run this year, looked to have had a very good start in this race and just faded out towards the last 20. So. Quite challenging for him. He's had a couple of injury problems coming out of the barn, but then look at how well they got off the blocks. It was all about Mark Otieno and Tyson Juma. They got off the block really nicely, but then look at the resilience of Tyson Meshak Babu into the last 50. He knew that he was at home. He knew that he had what it takes to actually break the barrier, and of course, him coming in and steaming to victory. Marco Diambo just finishing 2nd, and we'll be looking at who finished 3rd. I think it was Dennis Mwai.
Dennis Mwai is still in that 3rd place, right at the death. That final surge, very powerful coming in from him. And also remember, we've got the 2nd semi-final that's coming up. So and the athletes are there all lined up. Just to give their names, we've got Clinton Owatinya, Owatinya. This is the one to watch.
The boy to watch. 10.37 in Nigeria last week. And of course, winning that gold medal in the Africa Under-18, Under-20 Championship at 10.47.
I have to say, the championships out in Nigeria, they tell one story. But the fact that we have a champion at age grade level over the 100 meters is one very big story that must be told and told consistently. For the simple reason, we are breaking barriers. Kenya is going a different way. So besides that, we've got Hesbon Ochieng, a 10.22 runner, Steve Odhiambo, 10.46, Justin Isaboke, Elkana Sabila, Charles Nyamwea, and Dennis Wanjala. Those are the ones who are going to be running in this. So remember, it's the top 3 in the hits and 2 others based on time who are going to do that. But just looking at it, looks like Clinton Aluvi not on this list. Travel from Nigeria.
Are they back?
No.
They just came last night, so I don't think he's ready for this. So he might miss out.
He's going to be missing out. Yes, no start.
So it's a battle of the most experienced sprinter here, Hesbon Ocheng, and of course Stephen Onyango. 10.22, Hesbon Ocheng is personal best, and of course 10.46 for Stephen Onyango. Both athletes have shown that they are really good, especially in the national championship. They proved that over the athletics senior track and field series. That's Hesbon Onyango for you, the most experienced runner there. That is Stephen Odhiambo, man from KDF. Justin Isaboke, another athlete from the Kenya Defence Forces, is in home turf. Kana Sabila, 10.48 is personal best. Charles Nyamwea, 10.66 is personal best. And Dennis Nyongesa Wanjala. So missing out is Clinton Aluvi. The team just arrived this morning from Nigeria after competing in the Africa Under-18 and Under-20 Championship. So it is the second semi-final of the 100 meters.
Interesting to see that the athletes, trying all their best to keep warm. Given that sprinters have a dislike for this kind of weather, they always prefer it warm. If the sun is up, they would love it. And so when the final is going to be run, and that is at 12:40 p.m. in just about 2 hours, we hope that it will be fine. The start of the men's 100 meters. Off they go, and there's a false start.
It's a false start.
Looks, it could be Sabila Onyamwea.
He got off the blocks just a little bit early, and we'll be waiting to see if actually it was him or it was a faulty start.
Because looking at it, the angle from which the pictures came through, you could see that it was like he jumped. He looked like he did dive. Just taking a look at it, up they go, all their faces down. His coach Letting is a man who's out there looking at that start as a track judge. Okay, that is lane 6. That is Elkanah Sabila. And if you look at all these other athletes, they left as should have been the case.
So Sabila is out.
No, wait, wasn't Sabila. This was
Dennis Nyongesa.
Dennis Nyongesa Wanjala. Initially, everything looked like it was him. So now the field is now down to 6. Lanes 3. Field is now down to 5. So Charles is going to be the other one. And off they go. And that is another one. A lot of tension.
You can feel the disappointment in Isaboke's face. Yet another restart for this one. Right now, I'll be waiting to see if it was one of the sprinters or something else. Tension. Charles Nyamwea just checking over his shoulder to see exactly what happened there.
There's always that folder.
And you don't like her walking towards you. So it's Charles Nyamwea who's off. So it's down to 4 in this second semi-final. Gets consolation from Elkanah Sabila. So Charles Nyamwea is out of this race. He will be disappointed, especially with his experience. He's going to appeal.
Yeah, he's making an appeal because he can run under protest. That is what they would say.
Yeah.
And the field is down to 4.
The race will proceed.
So which means based on time, if they run quite fast, then all would be in the final, given that 3 would come from heat 1. This is heat 2. From a field of 6, they're now down to 4. We want to find out if Nyamwea is going to be running under protest.
Can feel the tension in the 4 remaining athletes, and off they go smoothly. Hesbon Ocheng of the blocks really nicely. Charles Isaboke trying so hard, but then Hesbon, and of course it will be Stephen Odhiambo on home turf. 10.40. Hesbon just tripping after finishing, I think he finished second.
He finished second.
But then it is Stephen Onyango. That man has had a very good streak on this turf. Especially, he is actually a KDF officer, so that makes him a favorite in this one, and of course winning this second semi-final, and he'll be joining the likes of Mark in the final to happen later on this afternoon.
Well, waiting for the summary of these results as they come through, so that we can see those who have made it to the final of the men's 100 meters.
Was confirming Justin Saboke finished second, with Hesbon Ocheng finishing third, tripping off, unfortunately.
A momentary loss of concentration, trying to look up at the board and see if the clock was there, was indicating well that start should be, and down he went. You can see at the far end the athletes who are there. That is Elkanah Sabila. As we wait for the times to be posted up there. After this event, we're going to be having the 5,000 meters men. And you'll also be seeing some activities. And this is around the 400 meter hurdles. That's going to be followed by the 1,500 meters women, the 1,500 meters men, the women's steeplechase, the men's and women's 100 meter finals, the men's steeplechase, the men's and women's 800 meters, and the men's 400 meters. So the times: 10.38 for Stephen Odhiambo, Justin Isaboke, 10.50, Hesbon Ocheng, 10.52, Elkanah Sabila, 10.9. Those who are disqualified: Charles Nyamwea and Dennis Nyongesa, while Clinton Aluvi Oatinya did not start, having just arrived from Nigeria. And taking a look at the athletes who are lining up now, it's the men's 5,000 meters. And when you talk about the men's 5,000 meters, we're talking about 20 years of wait
For a medal,
for the gold.
for the gold.
Benjamin Limo, 2005. Eli Kipchoge did win it, 2003. It was a great year for him, 2003, having won the World Junior Cross Country Championships and also winning 5,000 gold. Benjamin Limo. After that,
Still the long wait. Nicholas Kipkorir, Jacob Krop, Andrew Alamisi, Amon Kemboi, Cornelius Kemboi, Matthew Kipsang, Isaac Bet Ndiema, Kelvin Kiplagat, Emmanuel Korir, Ronald Kwemoi, Gilbert Kiprotich, and then Jacob Chocho from South Sudan alongside Samuel Chebole Masai and Gideon Kipkeritich Rono. So 14 athletes in the 5,000
Yes.
meters.
yes. So just taking a look at it, Ishmael Kirui, 2 gold. Benjamin Limo, he's won that. So you can see it's been a long, long wait.
That's Matthew Kipsang.
Jacob Krop winning a bronze medal in Budapest. He had won a silver in Eugene. Before that, the other medal we had was Caleb Ndiku Mwangangi in 2015 Beijing. Before that, Isaiah Koech, and off they go in the men's 5,000 meters, 12 and a half laps of this event. Entry standard. Great.
Entry standard of the 5,000 meters is 30 minutes, 0.01 seconds. And looking into this field, we have 12:49, 12:51, 13:03, 13:07. So only 2 athletes have their time inside this standard qualification entry.
13:01 has been set quite high, so, and you can see whenever the entries are made, everyone wonders, why do we have only 2? Well, it's because the standards set.
As you say, we admit it's not been an easy one for our 5,000 meters on the global stage. Jacob Crop, of course, silver and bronze in the last 2 editions. So the difference between Kenya has been Uganda, of course, in this 5,000 meters. The likes of Cheptegei and, of course, Kiplimo.
And it's a tall order for these athletes if they are going to be meeting the entry standard 13:01 over 5,000 meters, given that the fastest time run in Nairobi is 13:03.98. You have to be 3 seconds faster than that. And that is Nicholas Kipkorir Kimeli, who is in this field fastest, coming into this 12:49.59.
Man from South Sudan, Jacob Cholchol and Andrew Alamisi dictating the early pace here. Andrew Alamisi likes running from the front. Watch him at the cross country series, watch him at the Chepsait and Sirikwa Classic. He's a man who likes running from the front, and his tactic works at times, doesn't work at times, but stretching that, I believe he has something in store.
It is a big challenge for him, having set this early pace, given that everyone that you see in this field is looking for a way to keep their cadence through as they go round the first few, say 5-6 laps, and before they up the pace for the second half of the race. And Andrew Alamisi has opted not to hit the front.
I hope he's not
Listen, how he does this is the most important thing. Ronald Kwemoi, one athlete that there was so much hope for, but he's had his way out. So, and also in that field is Gideon Rono, is amongst those who are there. And look at how the field is now, getting into single file. Alamisi may be hitting the front, but you can see that the gap is closing. Ronald Kwemoi looking for a way to build the space up. Gideon Rono is just behind him, and also we've got Amon Kemboi. Very few athletes trying to break away from that. As they now go around, as they come towards the home stretch, and as they come to this point, there will be 9 laps to go, 3.5 done. With a lot that is required. Andrew Alamisi letting Chol Chol take the lead, just about 4 minutes at 1,400 meters. Which means that they are running just below what would be considered to be a standard 1,000, a standard mile pace.
Very slow start indeed. And you look at Cholchol and Alamisi, they're setting the pace, still a single file, but then I'm looking out at the way they're doing this, the likes of Nicholas Kipkorir, I think they're timing themselves. This is still early, 12.5 laps, and looking at it right now with 8.5 to go. It is Alamisi, as you said, he always liked running from the front, and this is for anybody to take. You look at how they've lined up. So, 2 spots automatic. It will now be dependent who actually comes in stronger and does the pacing well.
And remember the grand old rule when it comes to Kenyan athletics qualification, what you've got is the first 2 past the line and 1 from by a panel of selectors. Round they go, 8 laps to go.
remember, for these trials, earlier today we had the 20-kilometer race walk trial. Samuel Gadimba winning that. I know the entry standards for the 20-kilometer race walk always up there. Target number is 50 for that 20-kilometer race walk. So, and we very well know Samuel Gadimba always up there. 22nd in Budapest, in Scotland. And at the moment, as this event continues, we shall be breaking for an interview with Charity.
Thank you so much, Mulemi. I'm joined here by the head of marketing at Betika. He's been with us from the start during the cross country. We've gone to the weekend series, weekend meet series, where we've been here, and also the national championships, and now the trials. How has been the experience?
Amazing. I think we've done this with you so much, mpaka inakaa kama I'm repeating myself. But amazing, as in getting to this level where we are now picking the team that will go to Tokyo. It just shows that we've really built on it from, growing it from the very start and picking athletes at different levels to get the team that will go represent the country. I think the experience has been amazing. And over again, you see improvement from the athletes themselves, improvement in the organization. I think AK are doing a great job. And for us as a brand, being part of the community and the journey makes it exciting, because Betika community is exactly that. We are building the community together. So I'm very happy to be here to see these talents. And these guys, I've seen them for close to a year now, building to this, to the eventual road to Tokyo, the team that will go to Tokyo. I think kudos to them for all the efforts they've been put in. Kudos to AK for being part of, for organizing all these great events. And I think I'm looking forward to seeing the team that will go to Tokyo at the end of the day. Yes.
Of course, and in September we'll be celebrating and cheering our leaders.
Yes, we definitely will. I think for me the other exciting thing is, we run Bingo Fest, and most of the athletes I'm seeing here have been participants at Bingo Fest, and that tells you that the platforms we've created for these athletes are working, because they are getting better, they're excited, they are busy. That's the one thing I've heard from them, that we've kept them busy. And I think that for us is what's exciting, that we can create that platform for people to showcase their talents. And I hope that from this team, we'll have world champions. That, I think, will be the most exciting thing about it, that we'll have a brilliant story to tell at the end of the day. Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the next interview that we'll be doing during our break. And thank you so much for believing in us. We're looking forward to a longer partnership with Betika.
Thank you too. And we also want the same, because we can see the fruits of this partnership. So we want to be here for a long time.
Thank you. That was Jafeth Akulia talking about his experience with Betika and Athletics Kenya. He is happy that there have been more new athletes coming up and new world beaters. Over to you as we continue with the 5,000 meters race for the men.
Very much, Charity, as speaking to Jafeth Akulia, who's in charge of that. As we get to this, it's Cornelius Kemboi now, who's hit the front. Gideon, and right behind him is Kipro, and then we can see that Alamisi has dropped. He held that early pace, and that has changed everything. They just have got over now, they've just got over 3.5 laps to go coming into this. And remember, the first two who cross the line and also meet the entry standard of 13 minutes and 1 second. That would mean that we'd have to get the fastest time ever run on Kenyan soil. Gideon Rono holding out there. Nicholas Kipkoril trying to catch up with the rest. We've got Gilbert Kiprotich, who's also in that mix. The lanky Ronald Kwemoy, we can still see that he's running just outside of everyone.
Watch out for Nicholas Kipkorir. He really knows how to handle pressure, and he knows that he's well within touching distance, currently moving to 4th. But then looking at the former Africa Games champ, he won bronze in 2023. That is Cornelius Kemboi. His long strides seem to be helping him. But then if you look at how Nicholas Kipkorir has poised himself, currently moving to 3rd, he seems to be the race favorite. Coming into this point and now coming into 2nd place, that is Nicholas Kipkorir, a man who's always delivered when it's needed.
2.5 laps to go. That means we've got 1,000 meters to go in this event, 4,000 done. They're going round the bend at the far end of the stadium. Still holding on to that from places Cornelius Kemboi. But also look at whoever is next to him. Kelvin Rotich closing in on that gap, now hitting the front. How they manage this is going to be a big one. 2 laps to go as they get to this point. A quick look at what the clock reads at that point, just around 11 minutes 40. And so if they're going to take about another 50, just shave off 1 minute 50, it's going to be 13 something. Just looking at where they were as the battle is now there. We've got Kipsang also pushing for the spaces there. Just take a look at them. Everyone looking for that 1-2 finish in this event, finishing in the top 2. They also know that time is critical. They still have got the opportunity to fill that in as they now come to the front. Still leading is Cornelius Kemboi. Kiprotich is just behind him, and the bell goes with 12:44 on the clock. Cornelius Kemboi is there. Look out for bib 101. That is Matthew Kipsang. How hard can they push? Who's going to be in the top 2? The 13-minute barrier is not going to be breached here. But look at those who are going for the front. Who's got the biggest kick as they get into the final 200 meters? Just take a look at them. And look, Cornelius Kemboi is holding off everyone. He's controlling this race. But look at Late Sarge from the outside. Who's going to be in the top 2? Look at this Kiplagat. He's decided that he's going to upset the apple cart. But this is Cornelius Kemboi, who's going to take this easily.
13:38.47 is the time posted by Cornelius Kemboi, the man who won bronze at the Commonwealth African Games in 2023. Of course, he has had his ups and downs, but right now finishes first in this 5,000 meters. He's participated in road races, but right now he's decided this is my race. This is what I want to be, and of course, winning the 5,000 meters in spectacular fashion. Quite disappointed with Nicholas Kipkorir. Had flashes of brilliance, but could not really match up with the pace of the likes of Cornelius Kemboi. So this is it, 5,000 meters done and dusted. Cornelius Kemboi winning that one.
So you can see that all those athletes now all lined up, ready for their side interviews. Those who finished top 3 keeps on them. Oh, this is what this racing does. It's gone down on the track as all athletes trying to catch their breath, knowing very well that it has been one huge one. And also on the screen is the last man to win a 5,000 meter gold. Well, he's just gone off the screen. Benjamin Limo, the man, you could see the mic being handed to him, and he had to be there at the finish. And Chol also. So we shall be giving you full results of this, and how the selection panel will work around this is what I want to see.
because we've got 12:49.59 from Nicholas Kipkorir and Jacob Krop with 12:51.55. And Jacob Krop, remember, he's had 2 medals over the distance at the last 2 World Championships in Eugene and also in Budapest, a silver and a bronze. What everyone's asking is when he's going to upgrade to the top step. You can see that there is a lot of activity here. They're putting up the hurdles and also the starting blocks for the men's 400-meter hurdles. We already have got Wiseman Were,
who's already qualified for the games. 48.34 posted during the Kip Keino Classic. So Wiseman very well poised to represent the country in this. But who will join him from this starting list? Michael Musioka Nzuku, 51.03. Peter Muthoka, 51.05. Edward Ngunjiri, 50.62. Nicholas Kiplimo Kesio, 51.12. Kip Korir-Rotich, 49.17. So out of the next 5, they need to shed at least 2 seconds to qualify for the games. I don't know if this is possible.
Well, trying to slash off 2 seconds, I'm just trying to think of anybody who would attempt to do that. I mean, in a very short time. Because just looking at the field, basically looking at the field that we have, with the exception, I mean, Kip Korir-Rotich is a 49.17 runner, 51.12, 50.62. This would be a tall order for the 400-meter hurdles. 48.5, the entry standard. .67 seconds is what, for example, Kip Korir-Rotich would have to shave off from his personal best.
So as we wait for the start of the 400 meters hurdles, a race that is just about to begin. Charity has lined up interviews on the track side. So over to you, Charity.
Thank you so much. That was a brilliant 5,000 meters race for the men. I'm joined here by Cornelius Kimboi. Cornelius, how has the race been for you?
Yeah, the race was good for me. Yeah, it was tactical, but I knew the tactics since I've been running 5,000, so I was ready for anything. Yeah, and I tried my best. I said, let me push the pace. Yeah, and that was it. That's what made me. And I was so confident because I prepared well. Yeah.
Is the competition what you experienced today, or what you had anticipated for?
To me, always I usually prepare myself for such race because it's a race. It's a big race. Everybody's aiming for it. So I was ready for it. So
Thank you so much. I'll hand you over to my colleague Alemok to ask you in Swahili.
Thank you, Charity. Charity, of course, getting us those interviews on the trackside as we wait for the start of the 400 meters hurdles men, a race that has been dominated by Wiseman Were over the last few years. So it is time to see who joins, rather actually tries to come to close to the 48.50 seconds
and try to sharpen a little
time set for one to qualify for the World Athletics Championships to be held on this one. So just a breakdown of the 400 meters hurdles. From 0 to 45 meters, Daniel, you do 21 to 23 strides, and of course you are expected to actually do 21 to 23 strides. So it depends with your speed, but they've been done that. And then from the 45th to the 150th meter, it is 13 to 15 strides. So 21, 23, 13, 15, 13, 15, 14, 17, and then the last 40 meters, there is no hurdle. That is why you sprint. But then Benjamin Limo, the man you said he won gold for Kenya in these 5,000 meters, is speaking to Isaac Lemoka on the track side.
We are a little bit behind our schedule because the people who have already attained the qualifying times didn't show up in the first 2-3 places, and we have come up with the new guy who is going to take over, and I think the team management will take over from there so that we groom such newcomers so that we might build a lot of expectation from them. Nimeridhishwa na mbio za leo kwa sababu unajua leo ilikuwa ni siku ya kufanya time trials ya World Championships, na wale wamechaguliwa ndio tunaona tuko na matumaini nao. We will build from there because those are the best for today, and tukiwa huko Tokyo I think we'll do our best.
Kulikuwa kuna majina makubwa katika 5000.
Yes.
Je, matumaini yetu kama sasa inasalia kwa jina mpya
Yes.
Maoni
yako ni kwamba ukiangalia majina makubwa ambayo kwa mashindano ya siku ya leo kama kina Kirano wamekimbia muda wa juu sana, wamekimbia 12 minutes and 50 something seconds, which is the best time so far, and kwa championships we don't base on the best time. Championship always is calculation. The same way unaona mbio ya leo imekimbiliwa na the new guy ambaye ameshinda is little known, so wale wengine wamebwagwa huko nyuma. So ukiangalia mahali tunaelekea huko mbele, tutafanya liwezalo tulete wale wameshiriki na siku ya leo wakuwe mabingwa tutakapoendelea huko mbele. Na ukiangalia generally ile 5000 vile itakimbiwa mwaka huu, it will be a very competitive event because everywhere from every continent we have the best runners from America, from Africa, from Europe, from Asia, so we are expecting a very high competition in Tokyo.
Alafu pia results zikuje, hatuna hata moja. Hakuna
ile mikakati tu ningeona kama kwa maoni yangu, so that we need to blend the 1500 meters guys, those who will be running 1500, because they are selecting 1-2. If they can pick one from 1500 and to double up in 5000, I think that is a plus to Kenyan medal tally. The 1500 meters can even win gold, because based on the performance we have seen in 5000 meters, the other runners who have just proven they have all leads in World Championship in the Diamond League circuit are very hard to be beaten. But if we blend somebody from 1500 to come and run for us 5000 meters, that is where we can expect some good performance.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Limo. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
That was Benjamin Limo. He won gold in LCK and in the 5000 meters. He's saying that perhaps for Kenya to be able to secure the medal in the 5000, maybe we should blend in the 1500 athletes. Over to you, Mlemi and Wahome, as we continue with the next race.
So thank you very much, Charity. And it is now time for us to get to the 400-meter hurdles. Remember, we've had a Kenyan world champion in the 400-meter hurdles, 2015 in Beijing, the late Nicholas Bett, and that was a great one, actually, for the low hurdles.
He beat Leshon Merritt?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's the
400 meters hurdles. We talked about Wiseman, where he's already qualified.
Yes.
He's in a new attire coming into this one.
So off they go, and the athletes are Michael Musioka Nzuku, Peter Kithome Muthoka, Iron Ngunjiri, Nicholas Kesio, Kipkorir Rotich, and Wiseman were supposed to be there. Where we saw him run in the 400-meter hurdles, and he's not in this one. We are down to a field of just 4. And it is Kip Rotich who's out here, and he's tripped on that. That's going to take off a pace from him. He goes over that. Let's see how he's going to navigate over the final 3 hurdles as he goes down the bend. He's closing that, and we have seen Peter Kithome Muthoka who's closed that. Another little starter coming in from Rotich. Let's take a look at the clock, and Rotich is there. A little starter from Muthoka. How fast can he run? Is he going to beat the clock? And is he through?
50.81 seconds. That is outside the qualifying standard by just about a second and a half. The 400 meter hurdles, 48.5 is the entry standard. So it's just missed that by just about 2 seconds.
It was always going to be very difficult to shed off 2 seconds in that one, because you look at how they came into this one with their personal best 51, 51, 50, 51. It was going to be very, very difficult. But then Kelvin Kipkorir just showing that he is the second best hurdler in 400 meters and posting that time. That shows you that he has some level of consistency. Remember, his personal best is 49.17. So Weissman were not competing in this one, like he had already taken part in the 400 meters earlier on, and he should be preparing for the final. He also has an aim of, let's say, doing a double, having qualified 48.34 earlier on this year. So Kipkorir 50.79 is his time, as he's not.
And looking at Rotich, you also have got to notice that he had 3 starters as he was going over that, and that took off the rhythm from his running. Once at the straight, once at the second curve, and finally as he got to the home straight, you could see that he was not in full rhythm, and that a lot time, microseconds, hardly even losing probably a second. 50.79 seconds, that is his winning time.
So unfortunately, Kipkorir, actually, if he didn't have that starter, I think he could have had maybe a good cadence coming into the home straight, and just knocking off those 2 hurdles, I think took some few milliseconds off his time, and maybe he could have done or even run better if he had a smooth sail through the hurdles.
Well, coming up next is going to be the 1,500 meters men, and when you take a look at the times that have been said here, we've got quite a fast, third fastest Kenyan all time. I mean, if we consider that Bernard Lagat is now American, if we include him, he would be 5th fastest Kenyan all time. We've got Fanuel Koech.
Fanuel is a man on a mission. Look at what he did in London last week. Look at what he did in Ostrava, and of course what he did in Paris. Setting the world under 20 record, breaking it twice inside 2 months. I think I'll be watching for him. I don't know what's got in store, but Fanuel Koech for me is the man to watch in this one.
327.72 is the world under 20 record over the 1,500 meters. The Kenyans who have run faster than him, who will be kind enough to Bernard Lagat, are only Silas Kiplagat, Asbel Kiprop, and then you'd say Bernard Lagat. So you can see all the athletes, they've got the hurdles are out, and the 1,500 meters usually start from different point. It's scheduled to start at 11:15 a.m. So we've got the men's race coming, and also when it comes to the women's race, Faith Kipyegon, she doesn't have to run.
She's already in the team.
She's already in the team. The world champion of 1,500 and over 5,000 from Budapest. But look at Susan Ejore, a 3:56 runner. The entry standard for the women's 1,500 coming into the looking at this, and we are including the mile. The entry standard is 4:01.50. The selector's headache in place for Team Kenya, because we've got Nelly Chepchirchir unbeaten
this year.
Susan beaten run. Susan Lukayo Ejore also doing very well. And what's the possibility that one of these or the others could breach that mark?
Faith Kipyegon, of course, not running in this one. She doesn't have to run because she's already qualified. But then look at Susan Ejore, also another good name coming out of that. 3:56.07 is the time. Her personal best coming into this one. So 4 minutes. 1.50 seconds. As you said, this is going to be a headache for the selectors, because all these athletes are very much capable of breaking the barrier and of course posting that time.
The women 1,500 meters. Remember that Faith Kipyegon, she went to Eugene, Oregon and broke the world record. And off they go, 3 3/4 of the lap right here. And this, remember, at the Hayward Field where everybody just chopped up with personal best, this personal best, that. Remember, it's the first two past the line. As they now get into balance and correct sequence. For this event. And Dorcas Eboy is the one who's leading. Look at the slow pace that they have got after the first 300 meters, and expect that it is now going to change. We are seeing that happening with Helen Ekalale Lobun, who's decided to hit the front, and running alongside her is Terry. Yep, we're going to get Terry. Terry is just behind her as they try to close that gap. And suddenly we can see that Nel Chepchirchir has decided that this is a bit too slow, and running alongside her is Susan Ejore. So we're now going to have something definite as they move around this. For a very long time it's been Faith Kipyegon against the rest of the world, but now we're seeing that Nel Chepchirchir has hit the front. Ejore is making sure she keeps tabs on her, as we still have got about a couple of laps to go.
2 laps to go, and Nelly Chepchirchir ensuring that she continues doing what she's been doing all through, of course, winning the Diamond League in Doha in May 2025 in a time of 4 minutes 5 seconds. Went ahead to win the Rabat Diamond League 3 minutes 58.04 seconds, and then meeting the Paris in Paris 3 minutes 57.02, which is our season best. So she comes in red hot form, and she's leading this one as we head towards the last 1.5 laps of this 1,500 meters. She is also known to be a very good 800 meter runner, but her long strides are making sure that she stays in front. For this one, it is Nelly Chepchirchir, the favorite to win this one. She's now in the lead. Is she able to maintain that? She checks over her shoulder to see where everyone else is as they come towards the last 300 meters of this one. They are going to hit the bell. Nelly Chepchirchir stretches her strides, and she knows she's within touching distance. Will she join Faith Kipyegon as they go to Tokyo 2025 in September? That is Nelly Chepchirchir in the lead. It is the women's 1,500 meters women final. And Nelly Chepchirchir now starts stretching those long strides. You can feel in that pace is increasing as they head to the last 200 meters. It is Nelly Chepchirchir. Ejore in second, the two favorites coming into this race. It is Ejore in 2, Nelly Chepchirchir in 1 as they take that bend, coming to the home straight. It is Nelly Chepchirchir, unbeaten this year. But then, will she be able to maintain that? Yes, she can. As you can see right now, Susan Ejore trying so hard to keep up with Nelly Chepchirchir, but they come to the home straight. It is Chepchirchir and Ejore who is going to make it as the first one on the tape. Ejore tries to come from the outside. Nelly Chepchirchir maintains her pace. She knows she has she is unbeaten this year. It is Nelly Chepchirchir coming home to win this one. 4 minutes, 0.510 seconds.
Well, a battle of wit between the two, with Helen Owoi taking Dorcas Owoi taking third place. And it was that slow start that changed everything. We saw Nelly Chepchirchir opt after 300 meters. But the first 300 weren't that fast. They probably have lost 3 or 4 seconds, from the pace that they had. It was a total stroll on the track. And then suddenly they've gone up, and you can see everyone's huddled together. They know who ideally would be selected when it comes to this?
And of course, Susan Ejore, who finished second in this one, finished sixth during the Paris 2024 Olympic Games in a time of 3 minutes 56.0 seconds, and then competed in the World Indoor Championships, finishing fifth in the same distance. That was in Nianjing, China. So Ejore has been consistent. Chepchirchir has been consistent, and as we predicted, it's finished in a 1-2 for Nelly Chepchirchir and Susan Ejore. And they always say when you need company, you need good company. Nelly Chepchirchir, of course, having up to pose for a photo with the rest of the team. I think it's all about having the best representing the country at the Tokyo 2025 World Athletics Championship. Kasilo Boone, Chepchirchir, she remains unbeaten. Can she do that against Faith?
Well, they say Faith is a pocket rocket, and it's very, very difficult, to beat her. Everyone in the world thinks, okay, so when will we beat Faith in over the distance? And the good thing is, no one's ever doubted that. The friendship and the camaraderie has always been great in that event. The men's 1,500 meters is coming up next.
Just before the men's 1,500 meters, Nelly Chepchirchir and Susan Ejore will be in line for an interview with Charity and Isaac Lemoka on the track side.
Chepchirchir, Nelly, she had a win in the previous Diamond League, and now she has finished first here at the 1500 trials. Remember, we have the defending champion Faith Kipyegon. Nelly, race imekuwa vipi kwako?
Race kwangu imekuwa sawa, na nilikuja tu kutafuta position because niko na time already. Yeah.
Uliweza kumake Team Kenya previously. Some of the lessons that zile umelearn so that this time round umepata more experience now, at least to ensure that uko among the finalists in the 1500.
Kwangu this the third time going to represent Kenya in the World Championship, na nimelearn vitu mingi. Ndio maana naenda ku perfect nione fenye nimefikia.
All right, thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you.
Okay. Ejore will be he will be continuing on the other side in Kiswahili.
Well, asante sana. Ninaye Susan Ejore hapa ambaye ni mshindi wa pili, ameibukia wa pili. Congratulations sana Susan.
Asante sana.
Race imekuwa namna gani, kwa sababu nimekuona ulikuwa umejaribu sana, ilibakia kidogo tu uweze kumpita Nelly. Kipi ambacho kilitokea?
Race ilikuwa mzuri. Goal ilikuwa kuja hapa ku execute the race, and then kwa sababu already nilikuwa nimepata time, so ilikuwa tu ni kuchukua hiyo position 1-2. So yeah, nimefurahia sana.
Going forward, tunatarajia hapa?
Going forward tunatarajia kufanya vizuri katika Tokyo. I'm excited in the team yangu ya pili ku represent Kenya. yeah, nimefurahi.
Labda ni changamoto zipi ambazo labda unatarajia ziweko na unapanga kuzi tackle kivipi wakati unaelekea Tokyo?
Changamoto ni kwa kila mtu atakuwa
the 1500 meter men final is underway.
This is an event in which Kenya won 5 consecutive times. 2011, 2013, 2015, 2017 and 2019.
Before Inga Briston happened.
That was even, and yes, before
in Doha, he
actually
Cheruiyot literally edged him on the line.
That was Taufik Makhlouf there. That was 2019 in Doha. Timothy Cheruiyot did win that. But just take a look at this young man, Reynold Cheruiyot, who's also in this field, a 3:38.8 runner for an event that has got an entry standard that keeps getting higher and higher for the men, 3:33 flat. And a simple look at this field, you don't know who to choose from. Fanuel Lagat is there. Timothy Cheruiyot, very easy to tell, just taking a look at his distinct running style.
Of course, you talked about Reynold Cheruiyot, the former world junior champion over the 1,500 meters. Timothy Cheruiyot, multiple gold medalist in this event. And then you look at the likes of Vincent Kibet, seasonal runner in the 1,500 meters, of course, a junior medalist from 2018 during the World Under 17 Championship. So this is a rich field. And I think we are missing Fanuel. He's not yet back from London.
No, he could have missed his flight, but so it's just 2 laps to go as we speak. But missing Fanuel out there as
and
we have this
4 athletes from the same running camp.
It's very easy to tell. And 2 of them have got the name Cheruiyot. Timothy Cheruiyot is the one who's at the back. He's had his injury problems. The other one being Vincent Keter and Abel Kipsang. Reynold Cheruiyot the other one. And also in that is Brian Komen. Brian Komen, a 3:31 runner. As they go around this bend, they'll be getting to the bell, and we will find out who has got the best kick from this group of athletes. 7 of them, 3 slots available. The last time Kenya won a medal at the World Championships was 2019 in Doha. And the man who's now charging forward, Timothy Cheruiyot, is the man who brought that goal. Lewandowski and Makhlouf were the challenge, just under 3 minutes at that point. Let's take a look at how these athletes are going. And it's Vincent Keter who's at the front. Timothy Cheruiyot making a charge. But look at all of these athletes who are there. Brian Komen trying to go on the outside of Timothy Cheruiyot. Abel Kipsang is now there as they get to the final bend. Who's at the front? It's Timothy Cheruiyot. Does he still have that massive kick that he used? Deceptive it may look like, but it was effective whenever he used it. It's between Timothy Cheruiyot, Brian Komen, Abel Kipsang also trying to do that. Vincent Keter is on the outside. Abel Kipsang, Timothy Cheruiyot, the former world champion, who's at the front, and Timothy Cheruiyot still surging forward. And this is a late start. Whoa!
I told you, Reynold Cheruiyot, this man has been in electric form this year, and of course, he has shown a 3:48.96 is the time posted, unofficial of course. Reynold Cheruiyot won the cross-country series in the 2-kilometer loop race. He's dominated the local scene, and of course, he has just shown why he is a former world youth champion over the 1,500 meters.
Well, a dramatic finish to that race, with all athletes pushing so hard to make sure that they were within that.
And I just feel sad for Timothy Cheruiyot. Actually, he was just literally boxed out towards the end of the race. And you could feel that Brian Komen came in late, and then Reynold just came from the outside. It was a contest between Brian Komen and Timothy Cheruiyot just before they reached the 30-meter mark, and that was where the difference was. Reynold Cheruiyot from the outside, edging out the experienced runners in this field.
Well, for Brian Komen, that's a big one, and you can see they're together looking for that memorable photos as they're being directed away from the track. We shall be having the women's steeplechase.
One thing I like about Reynolds is how he takes the last 100 meters, the home straight. He likes coming from the outside, and it's really worked well for him. For Brian Komen, we know he has the experience, he's done so. Vincent Keter couldn't really click, of course, despite leading the last up to the last 200 meters of this race, but it was all about who took it home with the best timing, the calmness, the endurance, and of course, when the lactic acid started pouring in, where all the endurance, it came from Brian Komen. He's had a good, from Reynolds Chariot, he's had a good season. I watched him during the cross-country series, he was in top form, and now he's just confirmed that he's ready to take on the big stage.
Well, you can see the celebrations are non-stop, including one by Julius Yego, the men's javelin. It's been going on, looked like he was the sole competitor as the athlete. Been called up. You can look at Brian Komen, he looks a little bit frustrated. Because when the frustration kicks in, everything changes. And look at Timothy Cheruiyot. And his coach, so pleased with him. Bernard Ouma, so happy to have him back in the wilds. The senior superintendent of prisons, Timothy Cheruiyot.
What could be happening down there? Because did he finish second?
He's finished inside that.
Inside that.
And the man who's most disappointed is Brian Komen. You can tell by the frustration, but we have to confirm with the timing. Just waiting for it to be put up.
As we prepare also for the traditional, the former, how can I put this? This is a race we dominated previously. Okay, it is the women 3,000 meter steeplechase. Faith Cherotich, Doris Lemongle, Pamela Kosgei, Karen Chebet, Celestine Biward, Jacqueline Chepkoech, Diana Chepkemoi, Sharon Chepkemoi, and Lois Chepkemoi.
So 348, Timothy Cheruiyot, Brian Komen is in the top three. So Brian Komen, he is inside there, but he looked a little bit frustrated initially. Now we shall be going down trackside, and we shall be joining Charity for the interview with Reynolds Cheruiyot and Timothy Cheruiyot.
The 1500 meters trial. Reynolds, how do you feel about your performance about today?
Race ya leo imekuwa mzuri. Nashukuru Mungu nimeweza ku make team ya team Kenya ku represent Kenya at Tokyo. So nashukuru Mungu, ingawa nilikuwa na shida ya kiuno tangu nitokee US, but sasa naona si mbaya. Nashukuru nimewin race ya leo. Yep.
Umepata competition ile ulikuwa unatarajia hapa leo?
Nimepata competition nilikuwa natarajia. Ingawa base ilikuwa slow, nilikuwa sure naweza kick 100 naweza win. Sawa.
Okay. As we wait for Timothy Cheriot, going forward performance yako ni gani? Una program yako ni gani unapangia?
Sasa nimeanza kuchange program. Bado nitaenda Diamond League 8 and 2. Nini moja Brazzers. Alafu maybe nitokee final storage. Hapo nitafungia alafu nikuje ni prepare World Championship. Yep.
Thank you so much. Now as we wait for Timothy Cheriot, Timothy was waiting for confirmation to ensure that he's been able to make it in the team, and we are hoping that he'll be going to bring us another medal after he brought a medal in Doha. Timothy, naona leo umefurahia, umeweza kurudi kwa team, umefeel vipi?
I'm so happy. I need to focus on Tokyo now.
Okay. All the best and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That is Timothy Cheriot, the Doha 2019 world champion in the 1500. He's saying that he is injury free, and he's saying that during the national championship he had an injury, but now he is injury free and he's hoping for a good performance. Over to you, Mlemi and Wahome, as we continue with the broadcast. Remember to follow us on Athletics Kenya, subscribe on our YouTube channel, and also like us on Facebook. And remember that the stream is also being broadcasted live on KBC. Over to you.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the track for the steeplechase. We're back on the track, ladies and gentlemen, for the 3,000 meters steeplechase for women. Back on the track for the steeplechase, an event that has produced amazing results for Kenya over the years. And we have some amazing runners lining up today for the steeplechase, including Faith.
Thank you very much, Charity. Speaking to the winners of the 1,500 meters. And now we're moving on to the women's 3,000 meters steeplechase. And, you know,
The 3,000 meters steeplechase, and the lineup is out there. Faith Cherotich down in the middle. Pamela Kosgei, Doris Lemong Lecherop, Karen Chebet, Jacqueline Chepkoech, Diana Chepkemoi, Sharon Chepkemoi, and Lois Chepkemoi. If you're joining us, we're live from the Ulinzi Sports Complex, and it is the 3,000 meters steeplechase. So looking at the lineup, we are waiting to see who actually joins Faith Cherotich.
Mongole is in second place, but you can see that the gap is growing as the other athletes try to fill this, but focus is on Faith. Goes by two names. You'll hear some people will call her last born, while others will call her Faith Mdogo because there is Faith Mkubwa. But they're all small size. Older.
Yeah. If you look at Lemongle, most of her races, she's been in the United States in the NCCA championship, and she won the 3,000 meters hurdles in Boston University. So she also has a point to prove here, having earned that scholarship to the United States, and she's currently in second. But you can feel Faith Cherotich, who's been cheered on by the crowd here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. She is in red hot form.
4 laps to go in this event. Faith Cherotich having stretched that out. Pamela Koskei is in third place. The entry standard is 9 minutes 18 flat for the women's steeplechase. And looking at the field that we have got here, looking at a 2-page document, Faith Cherotich, Doris the Mongolian, Pamela Koskei all have met the entry standards. And so we've got
Prefontaine Classic, slightly losing to Winfred Yavi, but she's won all the races she's participated in. That shows you that the form she's been at 21 is just electrifying.
And you can't take it away from Adorla that in 2023 she was competing against some of the best athletes in the world. You've got Beatrice Chepkoech, you've got Winfred Yavi, and kept up with them. And going back to the results from that event, Budapest 2023, with those 3 medalists, that's when we say, could this be one moment, or is it going to be what changes everything? 8:54.29, the winning time for Winfred Yavi, well, 8:58.98 for Beatrice Chepkoech, and Faith Cherotich with 9.69. It was single file going into that final stretch, but everything changed. With just about 2.5 laps to go in this event, it's a one-person show in the form of Faith Cherotich. 3 laps to go, to be precise, as she gets that. Started a little bit at that water jump.
I think she was trying to avoid jumping into the water hole with all the legs in. I think that's what they really avoid, because it somehow lowers, rather slows you down as you get out. So Faith Cherotich, she's experienced well enough to know what to do, when to do, and you can see even from her look, she's composed, she knows exactly what it takes, and she's very confident on this one, and I feel this might just be her season.
6:44, 6:45 at that point, which means that we could be looking at a potentially fast time here. Remember that Nora Jeruto is the one who's had the fastest time here in Nairobi, and that is a 9:05.
9:0.
A 9. If we're just to look at it, her time was 9 minutes 4.95, and this is Nairobi at altitude. That was in 2022. That was at the Kip Keino
Classic at the Kasarani Stadium.
Yes,
and she beat Beatrice Chepkoech in that one.
So you can see, looks like there's a sign of a little bit of loss, slowing down by Faith, but all eyes at the front. She's blown away the entry standard as we get to the bell, and they're going to around 8 minutes now. I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking, but probably
is there a possibility
we could see a very, very fast time. Can Faith Cherotich clock under 9 minutes 5? Because at the bell she was at around 8:50,
8:58. So this is the final lap. Goes over that barrier. There is a water jump, and one more to go. And the distance is far. All alone. She's already qualified by virtue of time. I mean, the time she set at the pre-classic in Eugene speaks everything for itself. And she's now headed to the final stretch. There is one barrier to jump. Let's take a look at the clock now. Because this, at the moment, is what we should be looking at. How fast can she run? What is she going to clock as she gets past the line? Faith Cherotich wins the national trials. And
9:09:45. She slowed down a little bit on the home straight.
Third fastest time.
The third
Just
fastest
missed
time.
What Beatrice Chepkoech clocked in 2023 at the Nationals, and that was way back in 2023, 9:09.45. So quite a fast time, and this is in Nairobi. The records stand there. Faith Cherotich winning that event, 9:09.45, and we already know that the team will basically read like Doris Lemongole, Pamela Kosgei, and Faith Cherotich. Kenya yearning to bring back a gold medal in that event. As we take a look at this final rush for some of those places.
Diana Chepkemoi trying so hard not to finish in 11th position in this one.
Remember, Milka Chemos started this off for the Kenyans. After that, it was Ivan Kieng in 2015. Emma Coburn of Shops Us London. The Honorable Dan Wanyama, who chairs the Sports Committee in the National Assembly of Kenya. We also have got Beatrice London. It was an American one too. So with Ivan Kieng taking bronze. Beatrice Chepkoech, world champion in 2019. No medal in 2022 in Eugene. Nora Jerut of Kazakhstan winning that. But Winfred Yavi again taking the gold, while the silver and the bronze went to the Kenyans. The 3,000 meter steeplechase, women have been done. And we'll be moving on to the sprints, the finals of the 100 meters for women, the 100 meters for the men. After that, the steeplechase. We also have got the 800 meters and the 400 meters for both genders all lined up. Well, that gang you see there is all, they're all cops.
Are they on duty?
Cheering police officers who constitute the Kenyan team.
Of course, we'll be eager to hear what Charity has to say, and she'll be interviewing Faith Cherotich in a bit. So Charity, you can take it away. The legends of the game.
I'm joined here by Faith Cherotich. Faith has had a wonderful season, and now she's been able to qualify for the Tokyo World Championships. Faith, mpangilio yako ni gani?
First, I'd like to thank God. I qualified to Tokyo World Championship, and for now, then I qualify, so matayarisho yangu ni kwenda kujitayarisha, aiming for gold there.
So preparation yako pengine nini utataka kwenda kusharpen on?
For now, naenda kuketi na my coach, tuone ni wapi penye siyuko sawa na.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, and I hand you to over to my colleague Lengo Mole to talk to in the Swahili interview. Sorry.
Well, asante sana. Congratulations Lemngole.
Yeah.
Race imekuwaje?
Race imekuwa moto kidogo. I think sababu ya altitude, you know. Tumekuwa penye altitude iko chini kidogo and then tukakuja hapa, so nashukuru sana kwa kuwa position 2 and I was looking for that. Yeah.
Umeridhika na matayarisho?
Yeah, kabisa, but for the World Championships, cause for now nimequalify, I think naenda work hard cause najua huko sio rahisi. Ndio niwa represent my country vizuri and I'm so happy. Yeah.
Na muda ambao umeweka leo, wewe mwenyewe umeridhishwa nao?
Kidogo sio sana, sikuwa natarajia ikuwe hivyo, but nimeridhika tu sababu naelewa altitude. Yeah.
Ni kipi ambacho tutarajie ukishaelekea Tokyo?
I'll give my best and I think nawaambia wa Kenya tutarajie tu gold. I'm going to do my best. Yeah.
All the best and thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Utaelekea hivi?
Naam, kama unavyosikia ni Lemgole, mmoja kati ya wanariadha ambao wamefuzu kuweza kushiriki katika mashindano ya dunia baadaye mwezi Septemba huko Tokyo, na ameshinda ni Faith ambaye anaitwa Small Faith. Bado tunasubiri mbio nyingine ambazo zitafanyika katika mashindano ya majaribio papa hapa katika
It's now time for the sprints. It's the 100 meters women final that will come up just before the 100 meters men final. So in the 100 meters women final, Monica Safania will be running in lane number 2, Eunice Kadogo in lane number 3, Doreen Waka in lane number 4, Lois Morara in lane number 5, Mary Sophia Simiu in lane number 6, Delisha Tiang in lane number 7, and Lucia Williams-Morris in lane number 8. Of course, she comes from South Sudan. So the lineup for the 100 meters women final, of course, it is trials for the Tokyo 2025 World Athletics Championships taking place in September. So the 100 meters women semi-final coming up. You'll also have results streaming in on your screens. The legendary Paul Tergat, former president of the National Olympic Committee, following the results that the elections that were held yesterday.
And that's a double world champion in the marathon.
The marathon double champion. Miss Pauline Shegu
also does speed, but in cars.
And Mr. Barnaba Korir, of course, the youth director, Athletics Kenya, of course, the newly elected first vice president of the National Olympic Committee. The elections that were held after a very long time. You have the results?
Actually, we're just waiting for that. Remember, we've got the 100 meters women's final. That's what's coming up next. And so the 100 meters women. Wow. This is
Monica Safania, 12.07. Eunice Kadogo, 11.84. Doreen Waka, 11.63. 11.91 for Luis Morara. Mary Simiu, 11.95. 12.05 for Dalisha Etienne. This is, we're looking at 11.03.
Well, let's go down to the field, and this is for the women's triple jump. Gloria Muley is there. We also have got Winnie B and Ida Perek Jeb Korir, 3 athletes. The triple jump entry standard for the women is 14.55. Gloria Mulay has always stood out as the prospect for this field event. Quite a versatile athlete, as we now see Winfred B, who is right here. Just getting into the sandpit in this event.
We need Chepngetit B with the personal best of a 14.01 meter jump. So she is the best coming into this one. Of course, Ida Jepkorir and Gloria Mulay also competing for this one, and we are looking at 14.55.
Quite a tall order when it comes to the triple jump. But for the national under-20 record holder, Gloria Mulay, this is one time she's been a 3-time national champion. As we see those who have come to witness these great moments, all standing at the VIP dais, all having their own conversations. They do not want to miss any piece of the action. As you see all those people who are there, everyone is busy on the phone. In days gone by, everyone would be on a newspaper. That is,
it's a no jump.
It's a no jump. Actually, she went running on the track. Now, for triple jump, you need to be very observant to know that it is not an event that is as easy to execute as people would think, because there is a hop, step, jump rule. But the moment you hop with the left, you have to step with the left and jump with the right. But if you hop with the right,
technique is quite challenging.
Yes. As we say, our national champion, again, just getting into the sandpit, and you could see from her execution that that's what she's exactly trying to do. And it's a legal jump, and we could tell immediately from that triple jump event when Ida Jepkorir made her jump, nothing was going to be. And they're looking at one of Africa's, what's considered to be Africa's busiest airport, the Wilson Airport. That's why you'll see shadows flying through of the cars as we now get ready to see the final of the women's 100-meter final. The athletes are being led to the starting blocks, and after that we shall have the men's 100-meter final. So we're getting ready for the introductions of these athletes. So we have a field of 5. The entry list
field of
indicated
5.
7.
11.03 is the time needed for one to at least join the 48 elite athletes who will compete at the Tokyo Games.
And just to mention to you that at the moment that there is the entire stage there where a lot of entertainment is going on. So we can now, as we wait to get to see this start, the women's 100-meter final. So Lucia Morris from South Sudan, we can see that she is in that. Delisha Etiang, Lois Morara, just can see it's just 5 athletes, lanes 3, 4,
so missing.
No, actually 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
So Monica Safania is not competing in this one. So that is Doreen Walker, the national champion in the 100 meters crowned just last month here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex.
.11.63 her personal best, and that means she has to drop 0.6 of a second. And Mary Sophia Simiu is also in the running. We have got Delisha Atiang, but two names, Monica Safania and Eunice Kadogo, who are expected to light this up. Doreen Walker, fastest on the field, 11.63 seconds is her time. Lois Morara, 11.91, her personal, the time that she's clocked this year. Mary Sophia Simiu, 11.95 seconds. Delisha Tiang, 12.7 seconds, as we see Doreen Walker being introduced now. Lois Morara is there. Budding talent. Only 23. Mary Sophie Simiu, who's here, another 23, should be turning 23 in December. Delisha Tiang, and she is very much at home. Just her uniform should tell you, this is the KDF uniform, and she's here. And from South Sudan, Lucia William Morris.
Another household name, Lucia Morris of South Sudan. 12.70 her personal best, but ultimate goal, of course, 11.03 seconds. Who's gonna do it? Former national champion Eunice Kadogo missing, Monica Safania missing. Esther Mbagari graduated to the 400 meters, so she'll not be competing in this one. Doreen Walker, the new national champion, crowned last month. 11.63 is her personal best.
So waiting for the all clear so that they can take off. And remember, after this we're going to have the men's 100 meters. No Freddy in this one, but still there's a lot to fight for. As you can see that it's still going on, being asked to leave that area for the start. The women's 100 meters and off and cleanly, and Doreen Walker has already taken off. She's got a gap, and you can see that they're forming something. And Lucia Morris is there. Doreen Walker just crosses the line. She was towards the end. 12.03, that's outside of that. But you have got to say that Lucia Williams,
she's got good acceleration.
If you look at how she executed that race, you are looking at probably somebody who does the 200 meters.
Should be Lucia Williams.
Because that late surge, as Doreen Walker looked like she was running out of steam, was the one big thing that everybody noted. A deceleration that was quite significant for that gap to be killed.
So once again, we miss out in the 100 meters women at the World Championship. I don't know if we've ever been represented in the 100 meters.
Don't you think hard? And it will be a hard to tell. But take a look at this. Doreen Walker decelerating. Lucia Morris is the one who's accelerating in this point, as we also saw that Delisha Atiang was closing that gap. How Doreen Walker lost a lead of about 10 meters and the finish line was just about a meter.
She was leaning forward, which is not a very good technique for a sprinter. And you could see the difference in technique between Lucia Williams and Doreen. Yes, she's a national champion, but she must improve, let's say, on the body stature, especially when doing the sprints.
100 meters men's final. And there was a semi-final 2 hours ago. So everything has now been set. 10 seconds flat is what is required for anyone to qualify for the Tokyo World Championships. As we can see, the top brass are all there as the athletes are warming up. Still about another 5 events to come, including the 800 meters men and women, the 400 meters men and men's steeplechase. So the athletes now getting themselves ready for this one. So in lane 1 we have Moses Wasike. Hezbon Ochieng is going to be in lane 2. Justin Bigoye is going to be in lane 3. Meshak Babu in lane 4. Lane 5, we're going to have Mark Otieno. Stephen Nyango is going to be in lane 6. Dennis Mwai in 7. As you see, there they are. Hezbon Ochieng, the prisons officer, is in lane 3. Then you've got Justin Bigoye. Meshak Babu is there in lane 4. Mark Otieno, lane 5. Stephen Odhiambo is in lane 6. And then in lane 7, we have got Dennis Mwai. And in lane 8, we have got Tyson Juma. So they've all lined up themselves and they're waiting for that gun to go. We had a quite dramatic 100-meter semi-final 2 earlier in the day, where of the 6 athletes who lined up, 2 were given their red cards for false starts. And it changed everything. So as that plane flies over, it means that they've got that. The silence around the stadium. Now, this is a flight path for the Wilson Airport, which is just to the south, to the northern side of this place. To speak a bit more correctly, I mean south due east north due east of the stadium. As the athletes are all getting ready for this event, it's a 100 meters. Ferdinand Omanyala had made it to that. Then there was. We also know that we've had Mark Otieno before, making it through to the Olympics before things went up for him. Off they go. And who's going to get upright quick? And at the moment it's Hezbon Ochieng, Babu, Mark Otieno is at the front. And look at this late surge coming in. And Steve Onyango.
Stephen Onyango once again dominating the track here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex.
Absolutely.
That was a close one. Tyson Babu, Stephen Onyango and Mark Otieno. It is a photo finish. But then 10.32.
10.32 puts them out, which means that Kenya is going to have only one entry, and that is in
no company for Manyala at the Tokyo Games. But Mark Otieno, we've not seen much of him this season.
But you have got to look at the race execution by Steve Odhiambo. His late surge, Mark Otieno tending to lose it. You could see Meshak Babu, diminutive figure but quite powerful if you saw his move. And so there you've had it. The trials have been won by Steve Odhiambo, but Ferdinand Omanyala is going to be a lone ranger out in the land of the samurai.
Stephen Onyango, I think getting off the blocks was quite a problem for him, but then his acceleration is just out of this world. Mark Otieno very composed coming into the last 50, but then watch out for Meshak Babu in lane number 4. That is just where they finished, and I think Meshak Babu might have just finished second in this one. Mark Otieno might have just settled for third. We are waiting for the confirmation of the results, but as it stands, 10.32 for Stephen Onyango.
another look at the men's 100 meters.
Anxiously waiting for the results, but then Hesbon, as usual, off the blocks nicely, but fades out towards the finishing line, and that's where Stephen Onyango accelerates and beats all of them. Dennis Mwai, it will be between Dennis Mwai, Marco Cheno, and Samuel Babu.
So 10.32 the winning time for Stephen Onyango Odhiambo, Meshad Babu with a 10.35, Dennis Mwai 10.37, Marco Tieno 10.38, just Stin Migoi 10.44, Moses Wasike Onyango a 10.50, Hesbon Ocheng on a 10.51, and Tyson Omondi 10.74.
So Marco Tieno posts his season best 10.38, having done a 10.33 last year. He's not raced much this year, and no, actually his season best is 10.12, so he's not really been at his best, and hoped to do a 10.0, and this is what we've witnessed here as we usher in the 3,000 meters steeplechase. And of course, Mr. Stephen Onyango has been lined up for an interview with Charity and Isaac Lemoka. So Charity, take it away.
Much Mlemi and Wahome back there in the studio. Wonderful races that are going on. However, I have some other news here today. I'm joined here by London 2012 Silver Marathon Olympics medalist Abel Kirui, a double world champion. Abel, tuambie. Tupe habari ya leo.
Habari ya leo might look sound bad, but it is good for me also, because now I come here to announce to wish the best those who are going to be selected for a world championship, and also to say bye-bye sport, because for me that's been 20 years in active sport, to say bye-bye for the active sport. Maybe I will be there to run, to choke, and to inspire a lot more, because 20 years for me, running clean without any problem. I am so glad for this today. I thank the ABS service. They have been giving me the chance for the last 20 years. I thank my coaches, my supporters, and all my fans. So I am so grateful to say today, thank you, active sport, and especially the marathon, which I have done for many years. It is now, I am still the only human who has done under 210 22 times. This is the news that I am breaking to you today.
We are so sad. You're leaving us. It's now been 20 years. We are thankful for your service and the pride that you've brought in the country. What is next for you?
Next for me, my service has considered me as the Deputy Director Sports and Chaplaincy working at Choco House, and this is also satisfactory to my heart. I will be seeing that I will be helping my service under the umbrella of our DIG Masengeli, and I will be supporting my fellow Kenyans to see that we produce a lot more than Abel Kirui. Yes.
Now that you're retiring, kwa watoto wako ama kwa other siblings that are coming up, ni nani unatuachia?
Joylin is there, my eldest son Tevin is there, my small boy who is called Axel is there. So I see some as the interest in between. Whoever comes and like this thing, I can answer over to him. Yes. Alright.
What is the advice you'd like to give the athletes as they start even in the marathon? How has your journey been?
The journey has been so cruel. Sometimes it's good. It was a mixture of good and sometimes pain. You remember 2013 when I had a PVULA injury? So that was a doomsday in my life. And the others has been mostly good, 90% score and above. So what I can keep the athletes to learn to be patient, to learn to be disciplined. Me, myself, I have never been found missing doping. In fact, I was cleared 4 days ago out of a doping list from ADAC. So I am telling these people we need to bring the image of Kenya. Seriously, we need to make the image of Kenya clean. So I am giving the athletes to run clean, to train so hard and they win easy, and they have to follow steps of running, go track, go cross country, and then they can rise to marathon, and they will be honored all over the world. Yes, that's the message.
Thank you so much. We'll surely miss you, and we hope to see, because we know you are at a better place of identifying talent and ensuring there's talent. That was out there bidding active sports, competitive sports goodbye. He's announced his retirement.
Abraham Kibiwot, Geoffrey Kipkemoi Kirwa, and Benjamin Kigen. Simon Kiprop Koech, 8 minutes, 9.26 seconds coming into this one. That is his personal best. Edmund Serem, 8 minutes, 8.50. Abraham Kibiwot, 8 minutes, 6.47. Geoffrey Kirwa Kipkemoi, 8 minutes, 13.89 seconds. And then Benjamin Kigen coming into that, and of course, former Olympic, is a medalist at the Olympics, of course. That's Benjamin Kigen, very experienced coming into this one. So 5 athletes competing for the top 2 slots with the standard entry time for the steeplechase, 8 minutes 15 seconds. (3,000-meter steeplechase). Five athletes in this one. The 800 meters, 8 athletes, 2 slots. And then the 800 meters men will follow up the 400 meters. Finals. So getting ready for the start of the 3,000-meter steeplechase men final. So we dignitaries here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex sponsors of this event, of course, and that is Faith Kipyegon, enjoying a moment there with some of the dignitaries here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. Of course, she was not competing today as she's already qualified for the 1,500 meters at the World Athletics Championship. So Faith Kipyegon enjoying her moment here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex as we await for the start of the 3,000 meter steeplechase with 5 contestants: Simon Kiprop, Coach Edmund Serem, Abraham Kibiwot, Geoffrey Kwemoi Kirwa, and Benjamin Keegan. Kenya, of course, has enjoyed rich history in the 3,000 meter steeplechase at the World Athletics Championships across the globe, and hiccup started in 2019 when El Bakali dethroned Conseslus Kipruto to win gold in that event that happened in actually it was after the Doha Games that Kenya lost grip in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. So if you're joining us, we're live from the Ulinzi Sports Complex for the trials for the World Athletics Championships happening in Tokyo, Japan in September. So we await for the start of the 3,000 meter steeplechase as we recap some of the races that happened. This is the 100 meters that was closely contested with Stephen Onyango winning in a time of 10.32 with a photo finish between the second and the fourth. That's how it went down there. And Mark Otieno got off the blocks really nicely. Hezbon Ochieng got off the blocks also nicely. But look at the acceleration of Stephen Onyango. He just got his boots and his spikes in it towards the end and accelerated to win in that time, 10.32, an official time, of course. Marco Diambo, Daniel Mwai, and Meshak Babu coming in that order. Just to check on some history, remember the first World Athletics Championships were held in Helsinki, Finland in 1983, and Julius Korir finished 7th in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. And the gold rush began in 1991 to 2019 when Kenya won virtually every men's 3,000 meter steeplechase race title at the World Athletics Championships. But in 2003 and 2005, Said Shaheen, formerly known as Stephen Cherono, claimed gold to break the jinx, but of course Kenya reclaimed glory afterwards, and in that period Kenya achieved podium sweeps in Athens in 1997. And of course, those who've been watching athletics over a period of time remember the legendary Moses Kiptanui, 1991, 93, and 1995, and the first man to run the steeplechase under 8 minutes. Ezekiel Kemboi, 4-time world champion in 2009, 2011, 2013, 2015, and of course, an Olympic gold medalist. Bremen Kipruto, world champion in 2007, Conseslus Kipruto, 2017, gold medal, and the Olympic gold medalist on your screen, of course, that is Faith Kipyegon. She is a VIP today, not competing. Earlier on, we witnessed the women's steeplechase, and Beatrice Chepkoech, of course, holding the world record. Hyvin Kieng has also achieved a significant success in the steeplechase. So we await for the start of the steeplechase men final with Simon Kiprop, Koech, Edmund Serem, Abraham Kibiwot, and Benjamin Keegan, all aiming to book a spot in Team Kenya for the World Athletics Championships. Edmund Serem, a young athlete, an emerging talent born on 27th of December 2007 and is the world under-20 champion in the steeplechase, winning that title in Lima, Peru last year in a time of 8 minutes 15.28 seconds. Is an African Championship silver medalist, so we'll wait to see what he has to do here. His brother not running, not fit enough. Mr. Amos Serem suffered an injury earlier in the season, so was not able to be fit enough to participate in this one. Simon Kiprop, Koech, another big name in the steeplechase. He will also be competing in this one, born on June 10th, 2003, a Diamond League champion. In 2023, secured multiple Diamond League victories and has a personal best time of 8 minutes 4.19 seconds set in Monaco in 2023. That is 2 years ago. So there they are. Simon Kiprop, of course, African Games bronze medalist, national champion this year, won it right here at the Lindsay Sports Complex, having been dethroned last year and claiming victory this year. There is Geoffrey Kip Kemoi Kirwa. Yet another name to watch out in this. And as we await for the start of the 3,000 meter steeplechase, I'll hand over to Charity, who will be speaking to Faith Kipyegon. Over to you, Charity.
Sorry. Machumlemi, I'm joined here by Faith Kipyegon. I'm not funny, sorry. It's Faith who is making jokes here. Faith, first of all, congratulations. A wonderful season for you. Another world record in the 1500. What are your arrangements for the season? Now we are here for the trials. September inakukalia vipi?
Nataka kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu sana. So far the season nilianza vizuri. Nilianza na CMN. After CMN nika prepare the under 4, the breaking 4. And it was a successful event. And then going to Prefontaine Classic, running a world record. That was really special. So I thank God the preparation have been so good. The body is healthy. So they head up towards Tokyo now. Yeah.
Already 1500 and the 10,000. 5,000 will be doubling up. Last time, from the experience for the last for the Olympics, and now going on to the World Championships, what are some of the lessons that you'll be taking on?
Well, I think I would say the experience from last year. Many people saw what happened after, getting a DQ over the 5,000 and still, head up towards the 1,500 because it was the following day. Now that heading to Tokyo, that the 1,500 is starting and then 5,000, I feel so good and I'm happy about that. The schedule is favorable. Like it's nice to start with my event and then after the 5,000. So I'm looking forward. I'm healthy and we hope. Joining the team with Beatrice, with Agnes, and the other lady, I think we are going to do our best to make sure that we bring the medals back home. Yeah.
The breaking 4 was an inspirational moment kwa Wakenya wengi. Perhaps what message would you like to tell, and will you be attempting it again?
I will say yes, I will be attempting, and I said before, I said in Paris that if it will not come to my way, it will be someone else one day, one time. I think this is a message that to young girls that we have to push ourselves to what we want to do or what we dream of. So this is something to dare and dream and dare to think of what else can I do. So I think this message was really beautiful to the young girls. So I think the message was sent out that we have to dream and make our dreams valid. Yeah.
Your teammate Abel Kirui has announced his retirement. What message would you like to tell him?
I wish him all the best. He's a very nice person. He always motivated the young generation as well. So I just want to wish him all the best in his retirement, and we hope we will see him around. Yeah.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you. Yeah.
That was Faith Kipyegon. She's saying that she's healthy and she's looking forward to
the 3,000 meter steeplechase. 4 men, and it's a very thin field, just 5 athletes. Simon Kiprop-Koech, Edmund Seremebo, Abraham Kibiwot, Jeffrey Kirua, and Benjamin Keegan. A thin field tells you how things and how the times they have changed in this event, Gregory.
We have a world junior champion, we have a former Commonwealth champion, and we have 2 bronze medalists from the Paris and Tokyo Olympic Games. So this is going to be very interesting. And I'm just looking at the lineup we have here. Amos Serem, of course, missing out through injury, is one of the guys we were looking forward to seeing compete in Tokyo. But then his brother Edmund is here, a world champion and world under-20 champion from Lima, Peru last year. Did great things there. And Benjamin Keegan, a household name in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. And of course, Amos Koech, another name that Abraham Koech, Abraham Kibiwot, who has a pedigree, medals for this country, gold in Birmingham, silver in 2018 in the Commonwealth Games, and of course bronze in Paris Olympics. This is a race that I believe will be very stiff and competitive.
7.5 laps it is around this place, and remember that Kenya has dominated the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and this dominance was put to an end, specifically, if we have to say, if you're to consider, if somebody, considering their country of birth, and you have to say was, how would I say, the Moroccan El Bakali, Sufyan, is the one who stopped this domination. But we had seen Ben Abad trying to pull that off.
El Bakali, of
looking
course,
at all the world championships. I think apart from the first 2, it was a whole Kenyan affair until Said Shaheen put a pause to it
in 2003
and 2005. And after that, it was an all Kenyan affair until Doha 2019.
When El Bakali just about beat Conseslus Kipruto, who never really recovered from that.
Yes, that's a whole sad story about it.
Edmund Serem, like running from the back. I'm looking at him like he looks to be in really good shape. But then Benjamin Keegan, he's the most experienced in this field, of course, having competed over a decade in this 3,000 meter steeplechase. Abraham Kibiwot. There is Simon Kiprop-Koech, the national champion in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Just about won it in the last few weeks here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. So the mission is to topple El Bakali.
And the question is who's going to do that? Is it going to be Edmund Serem? Is it going to be Keegan, or is Abraham Kibiwot finally going to get that one moment that has been running away from him? Think of Budapest last year, Sufyan El Bakali, Lamecha Girma, and Abraham Kibiwot was the top 3.
Winning bronze in that one. He went ahead, he won also bronze at the Paris Games. So it's tricky, very tricky. It's not about who qualifies, but how they make it to Paris, to Tokyo.
That's where all our eyes are on, as we see some Koech as they go around that bend. They've got 4 laps to go, 4:19 on the clock. That's 3.5 laps done. The one thing everyone's asking is, can we see anybody run inside the 8 minutes 15 that is required to qualify, as we see an injection of pace coming in?
If you look at this lineup, I think all of them have run inside 8:15. So it now depends on who runs the fastest and clinches the top 2 positions.
The entry standard is nobody's problem, unless Benjamin Keegan tries to pull off that one big one. But each and every one of these men knows what the target is.
The national champion still in the lead.
Yes, Koech still at the front. Kibiwot is behind him. You can see Keegan, Jeffrey Kirwa.
Starting a little bit as Edmund now decides to start closing down on Simon Kiprop.
Benjamin Keegan, who's running on what he would consider 100% his home track.
Being a KDF officer.
He has been dropped from that, and so it's 3. Kibiwot, Koech. What's in the mind of Serem and Kilo?
This will be very close. This will be very close to be fiercely contested. Was this done intentionally?
You would have to find out. Because 5 elite athletes, it's by invitation, and this is those who have, and these are the ones who collected their bids yesterday.
This will be very interesting. And all of them have attained the standard qualification time of 8:15. Edmund Serem now closing that gap between Kiprop and Kibiwot.
And also we've got Simon Koech. You can see
the national champion.
The national champion. He's right at the front. It's single file, and the pace that they are having at the moment tells you that these people mean business.
Look at Edmund. He looks really strong. He's barely broken a sweat. And Kibiwot using that experience, of course, as seasonal runner, and has represented Kenya both at the Olympic and the World Championship, the Commonwealth Games, everywhere. He is in line for this one. But then the long strides of Edmund Serem just showing that he is in for something special, the World Junior Champion, as they navigate through that. It is 2.5 laps to go. This is going to be very, very tightly, fiercely contested. And look at Benjamin Keegan. He's fallen way, way back, allowing Kibiwot and Koech, together with Edmund, to hit the front as they hit the bell.
This is where it's all going to be decided. 7:39. You're looking at probably 50 seconds. 8:29. They've all met the qualifying standards. Benjamin Keegan has fallen back, and it is now time for Serem to show what he's made of. What kind of kick does he have? It's all happening as he's trying to go round Abraham Kibiwot. Koech is there. Serem hits the front. Koech does not want anyone past him. 2 more barriers to go, and that includes the water jump that is just round the bend. Kibiwot looking comfortable. He won a bronze at the last World Championships in Budapest. He knows that his place in the team is still one look over his left shoulder, and it is now Edmund Serem who's decided that he's going to kick and give a thrilling finish to this 3,000 meter steeplechase event. He's got a gap that is clear, so it's going to be Edmund Serem who wins this. The winning time
8:38.02.
8:38.02 is fair. So that's within any standard that you'd expect here. Taking second place is Simon Koech, Abraham Kibiwot in 4th, Jeffrey Kirwa takes 4th place, and Benjamin Keegan 5th.
Speaking to Edmund Serem earlier on this year, he said that they know exactly what they need to do to topple the likes of El Bakali and Girma in the 3,000 meter steeplechase and reclaim the title, rather bring it back home. And Edmund, you can feel that he has that energy, and of course that he's been a very patient man. He's watched his brother do this. He went to Lima, won the gold, and right now he knows that maybe it is time to conquer. Abraham Kibiwot, an ever-present figure for Team Kenya in the steeplechase. This is one of the athletes we always say a medal prospect. He's gone there, delivered, despite all the odds. Abraham Kibiwot has always been there. Simon Koech one athlete that always promising, the national champion, now ready to conquer the world. Will they do it in Tokyo? It's just a matter of months before we know it.
But with the steeplechase done, it's now the full lap, the double lap event that will be coming up next. The 800 meters, men and women. This is going to be interesting. No Mary Moran in the 800, but look out for the field that's going to come. Everyone wants to have a word with Kibiwot.
Purity Chepkirui, Vivian Kiprotich, Lilian Odira, the national champion, Sarah Mora, Naomi Korir, Dorcas Ewoy, 800 meters women final coming up after this.
And you see that is with them. You can see that the anti-doping agency of Kenya officials are already here. Once you're done with the race,
they randomly pick an athlete.
Yes. You can see that's a stage where has been set. Main function for that stage is entertainment.
Actually, look at Edmund Serem. He looks really strong. I know he could have run even a faster time. Could Simon Koech have offered enough resistance? But then we have to hear what both of them have to say after this spectacular race. Over to you, Charity. Seems Charity is not ready, so Edmund Serem once again just showing the rest of the world what he's capable of doing. Gold in Lima, Peru for the World Under 20, and up to now he's headed for the Tokyo Games. Charity says she's ready, and she'll be speaking to Edmund and Simon Koech. Over to you, Charity.
Thank you so much, Mlemi and Daniel Wahome. I'm joined here by World Under 20 champion Lima, Peru, Edmund Serem. Edmund, umekuwa na more experience tangu Under 20. Una feel aje sahi now that you've made it for your first senior team?
Leo na feel vizuri, nimekimbia vizuri, I was well prepared, so nilikuwa nakuja hapa kaa niko prepared. Yes.
During Kipkeino tukiongea na wewe, you saw the way that stadium cheered for you, wakiku encourage, your parents walikuwa hapa. Ulisema nini hiyo siku?
Hiyo siku nilikuwa na furaha na nikawaambia kuwa siwezi wa let down kwa races ambao nitaenda, na pia sasa kwa sahi time yenye nimechukua trials ya kwenda Tokyo, nikifika huko pia siwezi wa fail. Yes.
Okay. All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. That was Edmund Serem saying that he is well prepared for the Tokyo Championships. He's had enough time to have experience competing with the seniors athletes. He's been competing in the Diamond League races and also in other invitational meets. He's also saying that he will be carrying the memory that he made there during Kipkeino Classic, where the stadium, it was a standing ovation for him. They cheered him. He said that's a memory that he will always be carrying home and whenever he's competing and representing Kenya. Over to you, Mlemi and Wahome, as we continue with the next race.
Speaking to Edmund Serem, the world junior champion in the 3,000 meter steeplechase, now qualified for the Tokyo 2025 games in September. Strong work there coming from Serem, who of course speaks with confidence, was the captain for Team Kenya at the World Under 20 Championships, as we wait for the start of the 800 meters that is coming up in a bit. Dignitaries here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex on this day that we witness who represents Team Kenya at the World Athletics Championship. So 800 meters coming up, Purity Chepkirui, Vivian Kiprotich, the national 800 meters champion Lilian Odira, Sarah Moran, Naomi Korir, and Dorcas Ewoy. Of course, Mary Moran not participating in this one because she's already qualified for the Tokyo Games.
Now we can tell actually who up there is somebody who's shy, and there is Martin Keno and Paul Tergat. Martin Asante, the legend, Kip Keno, he was a pace setter, a rabbit, was involved in 7 world records as a rabbit during his athletics career with Paul Tergat, who has 2 Olympic silvers. He has been a world record holder in the marathon, so everything that works.
Martin Keno will be a commentator at the World Athletics Championships together with the former Olympic gold medalist Wilfried Bungei. So good stride there to see Kenyans also represented in that field at the World Athletics Championships. But looking at Lilian Odira, her graph has been on the has been ascending. At the Kip Keno Classic, she posted a personal best of 158.31, and she did qualify for the game. So she's here just to stamp authority and ensure that she maintains what she's been doing throughout the year, and retained the national championship, Lilian Odira. And she's been at the World Continental Tours several times, and in the Sirikwa Classic, she finished second in the 2-kilometer loop race in a time of 6 minutes 47 seconds.
And looking at this field is Vivian Chebet Kiprotich. That has been the one big revelation. And remember, Sarah Moran, not to be confused
with Mary Moran.
With Mary Moran. And also,
they're not cousins.
They're not cousins. They're not sisters. They just share a name. Jane Smith and Sarah Smith. Those are 2 different. I mean, doesn't mean they're siblings. So somebody decided that they were going to. Decided that they are Moran in 800 meters, and that means they're related. That's not the case, but overall, it's going to be a big competition. Mary Moran with that Diamond League trophy doesn't have to compete here, but we've seen her do at the anchor leg in the 4x400 meters women. The Kenyan team trying to make time, as we see the track judges in conversation. SJAC President Emeritus, the current one. Used by ECN, James Waindi in conversation. And you see people with those start lists and all that details there. As you can see, most of the field events all done. We had the javelin, we had the women's triple jump. So there was activity around that happening there. And actually, you know, there's a screen to our left, what I would call the Langata Road end of the stadium. And that's where they are. They see themselves on that screen and immediately they start dancing. And there's always a camera somewhere that is not going to miss any moment that people bring out. The women's 800 meters, and also we've got the men's 800 meters. Actually, the men's 800 meters is packed. Where athletes are going to share lanes. Lanes 3, 4, 5, 7 and 8 will be shared. All happening. It's live 8 a.m. BBC Channel 1. And so all this, and that's the color that you see as it goes on. Everyone moves away now from the track, and they decide that they are going to shake a leg. The women's 800 meters, Janet Jepkosgei, she's been world champion 2007, has been instrumental in the way when has come up, everything coming much later, together with, you know, she always used to see Nini Suma and say, this is my daughter.
Yeah.
Looking at the prospect, because we now know we have Mary Moran, for Lilian Odira, what needs to be done, because we saw her trying to make her presence felt at the last games. But that has it hit top. How much more are we going to see from these young 800-meter prospects?
I'm just looking at how well we evolve in the 800 meters. The likes of Eunice Sum, Janet Jepkosgei, Pamela Jelimo, then we have Mary Moran. It just shows this continuity, and we hope the likes of Lilian Odira will be able to replicate that and of course continue the trend, because this is one event where we always say, Kenya show up a medal. Just looking at the anxiety in the crowd, they want to see a little bit of action, of course mixed with the entertainment going on the other side of the pitch. It is one of those days you say, it's a family day out of, as they say, it's not happening now. And we just await to see who's coming out of the call room. 8 athletes expected. So KDF officers also enjoying a good day of athletics here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, with 3 events to go.
And that's
the 800 meters final.
2 of them and the 2 400 meters events for the men, rather for the men and the women.
And interestingly, we witnessed 2 records, not national records, but fastest times being posted here by the ladies in the relays. And that shows you that maybe we are in for something special, and hoping that the ladies finish within the 16 top-ranked teams or countries and do something positive in Tokyo.
Well, at the moment, the lull that we're having is we're waiting for the call room to be clear so that athletes can now get onto the track. And it's just 6 athletes for the 800 meters. Well, you'll see him dressed at every event in this same outfit. I wonder how many he has.
Where does he keep it? Seems to be too heavy.
You can see. Now, I can tell you what's going on. Somebody's just sticking a screenshot. This chap there is being told to make one kwa TV.
They say it on KBC Channel 1.
More people now haven't come together. Their presence on the screen. Trying to figure out how they are. The roaming cameras are all there. It's the part of the color that we can witness right here. So remember, 2 laps, the 400 meters. This is a battle. Only 3 athletes have qualified. Will we see them? Will we see somebody improve on that? Trying to look, you can tell at where the true heart of all of these people lies. It's in the beauty of running. As Kenya does the trials, trying to build up on a very huge medal tally, 171 medals in total, 65 gold, 58 silver, and 48 bronze. And those ones have been won over the years. Also present here, Paul Bitok, Vice President of the Kenya Volleyball Federation. Camaraderie amongst the people here is known. It's not an event to be missed at any one point.
Brett, looking at the men's 800 meter field that's going to be coming much later, you know, the entry standard for the men's 800 meters has been set at 144.5. But looking at the performance of athletes this season, it has been one explosive year. Nicholas Kebenei, Kelvin Lotti, Wycliffe Kinyamal, Emmanuel Wanyonyi. When you take a look at all these athletes,
you can see Vivian Chariot in the house.
Yes, that's Vivian Chariot. That's Alan. He's there, and the daughter has decided that she's going to take a nap. Vivian Chariot, by the way, Olympic champion over 5,000, world champion over the 5,000 and also the 10,000.
The best race I've watched her run was in 2016 Rio, when her and Obiri decided this is our race, we're going to do what you want to do with it. Alma Zayana just decided to fade out in that 10,000 meters.
Actually, it was a 5,000 because
it was a 5,000 meters.
It was a race execution strategy that caught them by surprise. Still remember it because over the 25 laps, everyone kept up with her. Then suddenly,
it was that
mid-race,
pace.
There was a burst where she did 60 seconds for a lap. Well, all the previous laps, she was doing them at 60 something. She was doing them in 60s. So she kept going, and that is what caught everyone by surprise. And when Helen Obiri and Vivian Chariot decided to, now went to the 5,000, is when they changed the execution strategy. And it worked. Because what they did was that they did not fall into that trap where after 7 laps, 6 laps or so, she surged forward, creating a gap. They did not fall into that trap because even that caught Almaz Ayana unawares. Because as they tried to execute that kind of race strategy, it went sideways for her. She just couldn't do it.
So the delay, is it because of the time that had been set on the timetable or the schedule? I'm looking at that unprecedented delay before the 2 events, but right now we can confirm that we are ready for the 800 meters women final. Entertainment, of course, still going on. But just to give you the lineup of the 800 meters women final: Purity Chepkirui, Vivian Kiprotich, Lilian Odira, Sarah Mora, Naomi Korir, Dorcas Ewoi. They are walking down the track to the start line. It is the 800 meters women final. Of course, expect plenty of entertainment this afternoon here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, the venue for trials. So
4 athletes
only. This is very interesting. It's Sarah Mora, Lilian Odira. I can see,
and Vivian Kiprotich.
And Purity Chepkirui.
For Purity Chepkirui, this is one brave move, because if you look at it from a people point of view, she's trying to get into 159. Naomi Korir, 2:00:43 outside of qualifying. Dorcas Ewoi, 2:01:29 outside of qualifying. Looks everything like a safe move. But for Vivian Kiprotich, Lilian Odira, and Sarah Mora, all within inside the qualifying time of 1:59 for the women's 800 meters.
So who is it gonna be? Is it Purity Chepkirui, Vivian Chebet, Kiprotich, Lilian Odira, or Sarah Mora? Smiles all the way from Sarah Mora as she walked down the track. There she is on your screens, Sarah Mora. She's excelled well at the juniors and now feels it's time for her to conquer the world. Missed out at the Olympic trials. Purity Chepkirui trying to see if she can go below 1 minute in the 800 meters. A very composed figure there. And then the two, Lilian Odira and Vivian Jabet. Lilian Odira, of course, 158.53. Sarah Mora, 158.96. And Vivian Jabet Kiprotich, 158.26. A sip of water before the storm in this 2-lap race. It's the 800 meters women final.
In lane 3, we've got Purity Chepkirui. Lane 4 is Viv and Chebet Kiprotich. Lilian Odira is in 5, and Sarah Mora is in 6. You can see them as they are being introduced, the AK trials. Purity Chepkirui, 22 years old. Vivian Kiprotich, 29. Lilian Odira is 28, and Sarah Mora, who is yet to turn 20, still 19 years old, and they're here getting ready to blow this race away. After that will be the men's 800 meters. Two laps on this track, and it's to select 3, because we know the 3 who already have made time, and they're the ones who've already hit the front already in this race, sticking onto their lanes till they go around the first bend, and after the cones is when they all get inside that lane. It's not an explosive start to this race. The only person who has the urgency to run as fast as they can is Chepkirui, given the fact that she has not met the entry standard of 2:00.99. Mary Mora has got that wildcard entry. She didn't have to run here, same as we didn't see Faith running here. Keep your gun in as much as she is in attendance, knowing very well that her position is already confirmed. I'm looking at this and I'm trying to imagine if I'm watching a heptathlon race in the 800 meters, or I'm watching a 800 meters competitive race, because the time on the clock as they get to the bell,
1:15. This is really slow.
1:15. That means you're talking about 2:30 pace, and nobody
has making a new move. You see, for Lilian Odira, she's already qualified for the games. Look at them, they're jogging. Sarah Mora needs to make a move, because this is a race where she might also miss out if she doesn't really run according to her calculations.
Chepkirui, who's got the white and yellow bib, is the one who really needed this. But if you just take a look at how that race execution was done, 1:15 at 400, she would have to run 44. And it is now between Sarah Mora and Lilian Odira as they go down. Viv Rotich is also in that mix. Remember, Kenya can enter 4, and if it's going to be any 4, it's Mary Mora and these 3. Lilian Odira breaks that, and
2:13. That's really slow. She gets a hug from the reigning champion, Mary Mora. I know it was all about the placements, because Mary Mora is already in that plane. Lilian Odira, of course, confirming that. But then for Sarah Mora, once again missing out in Team Kenya, because last time out she missed narrowly going to the Olympic Games. She expected to join Mary Mora in that. Lilian Odira right now has stamped her authority. She rules the land when it comes to 800 meters here in Kenya.
So we know front names from that. It's pretty straightforward, because I don't see Sarah Mora being excluded, given her stature. But
looking at this, I think they played into Lilian Odira's game, because she was so relaxed. So when they realized that, look here, we are not going to make to make it if we don't actually run our race. And Lilian Odira was like, after all, I've already done this before, and see, she was so relaxed coming into this one, and that just confirms that these two are up to something when the games come in Tokyo.
We want to see how they work together as a team, especially when we get to the later stages of the competition, especially the semis and how they execute the final.
So were the flowers meant for Sarah or Lilian?
For the winner, I would have to say. Because Mary Mora is that's a gesture to say welcome to this team.
Sarah Mora finishing third.
2:13.95, that is an odd time given the quality of the field that we had here. The men's 800 is coming up next.
For the men, you said it's a packed field. Some will be sharing lanes. And Brian Kiptum Kwewei, 1:45.09 coming into this one. Aaron Cheminingwa, 1:45.21. Alex Mieno Kipngetich, 1:45.02. And then there is General Anyasa of Ethiopia. Will be running in this one. But before that, we'll have to hear what Charity has to say, because she'll be speaking to the winner, Lilian Odira. Over to you, Charity.
Thank you so much, Mlemi and Wahome. I'm joined here by Lilian Odira. She's been having an impressive season over the year. And first of all, from the loading that she did during the cross-country season, and now she's been able to make it for the World Championships in Tokyo. So, Lilian, uko vipi? How do you feel about it?
I think I'm so grateful first to the Almighty. I want to thank God all throughout the season. It has been nice because of Him. So I want to thank Him, and I want to thank my coach and my family first. So far the season has been good, and I thank God. Yeah.
Oh, you already hold several titles in the cross country. The loading, how helpful was it to you?
I think this season I concentrated much on the loading, doing so many cross countries. I did the 10K, the 2 kilometers loop, and I think it has been helpful to me toward this season, because I saw the season was long. So we sat down with my coach and decided to do a lot of endurance. So now that when we'll be heading to Tokyo, we were first focusing on to make it to the team to Tokyo, and now we're grateful we've done it. So I think now our main focus is going to be on the speed work here. Yeah.
Now you are four of you, Mora, the defending champion, and now you are. What is going to be the plan? You have your dream team?
I think so far, what we're going to work on is we will first, when we go to the camp, we're gonna work hard, work as a team, so that we make sure we bring the glory, but we're first going to work as a team and see what is possible. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That one is Lilian Odira. She's saying that they are going to be focusing as a team in the 400 meters for them to ensure that they can be able to bring in the glory in the country. Over to you, Mlemi and Wahome. But before I hand you over, remember that we're live on.
Thank you very much, Charity, who's trackside, and speaking with Lilian Odira, who's taken the women's 800 meters at the Kenyan trials right here. And so we are now going to be headed into the men's 800 meters, and you can see that field as they make their way.
Brian Kiptum Kwewei, Aaron Cheminingwa, Alex Mieno, General Berhamu Ayansa, Wycliffe Kinyamal, Noah Kibet, Kelvin Kimutai, Ferguson Rotich, and Nicholas Kebene, Festus Lagat, Cornelius Tuwei, Laban Kipkorir, Chepkwony, and Collins Kipruto. Of course, many will be focusing on Ferguson Rotich, who has been an ever-present figure in this race. There is Ferguson Rotich. But watch out for the likes of Kinyamal, Kebene, and Cheminingwa.
looking at this field with those who have already met the entry standard of 1:44.5. First include Emmanuel Wanyonyi. So Manu is inside there. We also have got Wycliffe Kinyamal, we have Kelvin Loti, we have Nicholas Kebenei, we have Festus Lagat, who's also made the time. So let's see how this one's going to be executed. You can see that Ferguson Rotich is here. When he first broke into the Kenyan team, just over 10 years ago, he had never run under lights. Wow. So he had to be given an opportunity to run under lights by virtue of winning the trials. It was a shock result, ready to the team. Still remember what he said, Sijai kimbia kwa mata. So a big opportunity for him. That's what the Kenyan trials can do.
Cheminingwa, Kinyamal, very unlucky over the recent past, but he's one outstanding 800-meter runner. Noah Kibet has very blistering pace when it comes to the last 200. There is Kevin Kimtai Loti, 1:43.61. And then the man himself, the most experienced runner, this man has always been there. Ferguson Rotich, Nicholas Kebenei, Cornelius Tuwei, Laban Kipruto, and Collins Kipruto, and Laban Kipkorir Chepkoin.
Collins Kipruto, modern day Mr. Indoors, and so it's going to be the start of the 800 meters.
A very experienced field here in the 800 meters as they take off in this 2-lap race. A rich field that has both upcoming and young and experienced athletes. Noah Kibet, born in 2004. Ferguson Rotich, born in 1998. This is going to be very interesting. Let's see who has what it takes to make it to Team Kenya. The standard entry time, of course, 1 minute, 44 seconds. So we wait to see who will break the barrier, who will join the likes of David Rudisha, Emmanuel Wanyonyi, those who have already made it at the top. Emmanuel Wanyonyi, the world champion over this distance, is not here, but then who joins him in that plane to Tokyo? It is the 800 meters as they shape up. That is Mr. Kebenei currently in the lead as they take the bell. It's push and shove. Kenyaman pushed back a little bit. It is going to be very tight. This is the 800 meters. One of the races that Kenya always succeeds. David Rudisha, Emmanuel Wanyonyi, Paul Eren, Billy Conchela, all of them have succeeded in this one. They brought gold to Kenya, and now it is time to know who joins Emmanuel Wanyonyi, the current world champion, in this 800 meters. Loti trying so hard from the outside. It is going to be a neck-to-neck race. It is going to be very fast. We'll be looking at the time. Loti trying so hard, but then Kebenei's long strides will always prove to be very pivotal. And then from the outside, this is very interesting. Of course, we'll be looking at the time. Loti, he ran 1:43, his personal best. He will be a man in the conversation. What will be the time? 1:44. It is Kebenei winning that. It is 1:43. So the celebration is on. He's into that plane to Tokyo. Daniel.
When you take a look at what he has done and his race execution, it is so huge. You can see Julius Hiego quite excited. His trackside did away with his, did his javelin thing quite some time. And what a moment it is for Nicholas Kebenei. When you see him celebrating like this, he's now trying to get, his name tag off, walking on the Bermuda grass at the Ulinzi Sports Complex.
You know,
wow.
You have got to do that because
finally he's made it to Team Kenya.
Then we had
Mr. Loti.
Mr. Loti and Alex Ngeno Kipentich. Those are the three who've gone past the line. And if you just ask me, that looks like the team that's headed to Tokyo. And Nicolas Kebene, he has given it his all. To pick that up. Ferguson Rotich out in 6th. Missing out on another major event. And Nicolas Kebene now heading towards the start where he has got to do media duties. He has let it soak. He has let it get to him. He's decided that he's going to ground his body for a few minutes so that he believes that he's won the trials. Look at it. That face, the grit and the determination. Look at all the faces with Collins Kipruto right at the end. But you can see everyone here was fighting to get one of those 2 automatic slots. Nicolas Kebene is the one who's done it. He looked behind and look at his celebration. You can't take that away from him.
He's really fought for this, and of course he will be very happy with the performance here. And you look at how competitive this field was. He deserves this. Julius Diego, are they best of friends? I've just seen him still exchanging niceties there, and I know he'll be very jubilated, and just looking forward to hear what he has to say about this performance. The strides, the acceleration, the agility, and of course how well he shrugged off the rest of the field to win this 800 meters. It's something that we can talk about. This has been one of the best races for today.
1:43.54 the winning time by Nicolas Kebene. Kevin Loti with a 1:43.9. Alex Ngeno Kipentich 1:44.46, and Laban Korir Chepkoni 1:44.54. Ferguson Rotich with a 1:46.4. Festus Lagat 46.38. Looks the only time that is missing and should be somewhere else belongs to Wycliffe Kinyamal.
Wycliffe Kinyamal did not finish because he might have proved something, and as I said earlier, quite unlucky for Kinyamal, who's always tried so hard to get into the top of things, but then Kebene really did what was supposed to be done to qualify for that. Him and Loti already into that team.
Well, actually Wycliffe Kinyamal did not finish, must have dropped off with about 100 meters to go, because the focus was on this front gang who have pushed the best. And you can imagine at 30 years is when for something like for Nicolas Kebene is breaking into the national team. It's been a long wait.
It's been a long wait, and of course he's a man who's always shown that resilience, a man who's always been there and participated in each and almost every track and field event, and apparently ultimately joining the team that will be heading to Tokyo. But I know he is very, very excited, and he will have very nice words to say. And Charity is lining up an interview with Kebene. Over to you, Charity.
Katika mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kutoka hapa Ulinzi, na leo nafarijika kuwa na mshindi ambaye ameibukia katika mbio za wanaume mita 800. Karibu sana Kebene. Congratulations. How was the race?
The race was perfect, and the weather was all fine. Yeah.
What challenges did you encounter?
Of course, 800 has been a hectic event since, and with preparation have been tough, and I'm just thankful because of the strength of the day and good execution, and the end of the race was perfect. Yeah.
Were you ready for today?
Of course, it has been years. I started trials for World Champs 2017. Haven't been into World Champs team, and I say let it be today. Yeah, sure.
And the time, were you satisfied?
I saw the time was 1:43, of which it is perfect. Seeing and Kaisening for the big times, maybe 1:41 when it comes to World Champs. Yeah.
Anything to add? Maybe when you go to Tokyo, what are you going to concentrate on?
Going to Tokyo, I think we have to make our country proud. We'll have to scoop medals there and come home proud. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
And to your fans.
With the big support of my fans, I say thank you. With my parents around, my uncle Magmutai have been so motivational to me, and I think he was good in 400, and I think the talent is going all along. Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Let me take over. Let me take over.
Two more events to go, the 400 meters women and the 400 meters men final.
Yes, and the 400 meters women's events, we're going to have two of them. We're going to have two hits, and all the athletes who are entered are there. Given that the 400 meters entry standard is 50.75 seconds, Masi Akech is one of those who may have hit that. Mary Mora trying to get that one after getting a few. Is that okay?
So Sarah Bosibori, that is semi-final number 1. That's heat number 1. Sylvia Chesebe, Helen Sombua, Rahab Wanjiru, and Mbatha Lucia Morris. In heat number 2, Vanis Kerubo, Gladys Mumbe, Lanolin Aoko, Masi Okech, Mary Mora, Masi Chebet, Leni Shida, and Esther Mbagari.
And so this is where you see the fastest of the women who are out there, and with all the activity happening, you can see that there's the arrival of some of the people occupying that VIP area.
That's Lilian Odira.
Yes.
Still elated after her win, and the bouquet of flowers from Mary Mora, who will be competing the 400 meters. I hope she returns the favor.
And looking at the recent results, Mary Mora was celebrating a time that from in Belgium, as we see the arrival of the principal secretary, yes, State Department for Sport, Elijah Mwangi.
He's had quite a week. He's traversed the country, but made sure that he's here. He's the chief guest in this event.
And you see, for the PS and this principal secretary and the cabinet secretary and the principal secretary, quite a busy time for them. So President Zolder, when we take at the results from this. And this is where we had Mora competing in the 400 meters flat.
and making her presence felt. You know, when Mary Moraa celebrates, you know.
She's felt it.
She's felt it.
Mr. Barnaba Korir.
You can see there is quite a lot of activity going on at the moment.
It's almost time to name Team Kenya, so the dignitaries have to be seated in the right positions. It's also a chance for bloggers to get the best clips, because this event happens only once in 2 years.
See that everyone's now getting ready for the women's 400 meters. .49 was the winning time for Mary Moraa in hoist and Zolder, and that means that she's qualified to do a double in the 400 meters and the 800 meters.
And 800 meters. Of course, her personal best 50.14, and I'm looking at this list the entries. I'm looking at heat number 1 and heat number 2. The only person who comes close to Mary Moraa is Mercy. Actually, it is Mercy Okech, who's actually qualified for the Tokyo Games. Mary Moraa 51.51 is still looking for the time. Mercy Chebet 52.78 is the third fastest in these 2 heats.
You must catch as the people who are in charge of this stadium coming through, and you can tell just where the activity, the VIPs were coming in, and so some order is required.
It's in the more dignitaries still getting in, representatives from the sponsors, and of course the crowd still electrifying the stadium here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex, with 3 more events to go. Two disciplines, the 400 meters men and women, the 400 meters women, 2 races coming up, with the 400 meters men completing what I can say has been a very amazing day of athletics. Traditionally, we could have ended this race with the 3,000 meter steeplechase. What happened?
Well, considering that we even had a field of 5 for the men, then that is not the electricity that is provided. And at the moment, remember, also, it's something that we've got to give Ezekiel Kemboy his flowers for. This man was an entertainer in more than one way.
And the consistency.
We've seen him win all of that, and at his peak, anytime he showed up somewhere, you knew that there was going to be a reason for people to cheer, and also a reason for people to get into some levels of celebration. We haven't seen that kind of a thing. Now we have got Mary Moraa in the 800 meters, changes a lot. It's something that you can't take away from her, but it is that kind of entertainment, the extra color that the athletes give, that really brings out everything that is entertainment at the Kenyan trials. You can imagine at that point he was competing with the likes of Paul Kipsang and that.
Bremen Kipruto.
And Bremen Kipruto. There was a whole group of...
And the Diamond League specialist.
Yeah,
Paul Kipsang. So then it was called the Grand Prix.
And they've seen it change. They've won the Olympic gold medals. They've won the world championships for us. There is nothing you take of. Oh, we can't forget Richard Martelon. Also.
Richard Martelon.
That generation of steeplechasers, put it up there. We saw Conseslus Kipruto coming in, but after Doha really hasn't hit form again.
Winning in 2017 and then did not replicate that in 2019, and having won the Olympic gold in Rio de Janeiro. Conseslus, many had hopes in him, but then for Ezekiel Kemboi, 4 times world champion, 2009, 2011, 2013, 2015, that is quite some streak.
And you can imagine 2008 was an off year for him as far as the Olympics are concerned.
In Athens, in Beijing.
In Beijing.
Yes.
But here he was, came up and kept lighting everything up. Always known as Fontorbo of Kenyan athletics. So waiting for that 400 meter start, and the men's 400 meters. This is where we're going to have athletes who want to join the flight to Tokyo, Japan. Brian Tinega, George Mutinda, Kelvin Tanui, Alan Kipiego, Zablon Ekwam, Kevin Kipkorir, Wiseman Were, and Dennis Masika. Kenya looking for that 400 meter medal again after years. Always seems to elude all them at different points in time.
The 400 meters men final will be fireworks. You look at the times posted by the likes of Weissman, the likes of Mweresa. Very interesting times, but as we await for the start, Charity is on the track side together with Isaac Lemoka. I'm sure a couple of interviews have been lined up, so we'll be handing over to them for the interviews just before the 400 meters men and women final.
So the crowd waiting for the 400 meter athletes to leave the call room. It was looking good, as you know, there's a way that the athletes work with their mind as
thank you so much, Mulemi and Wahome. I'm joined here by Penina, Director, Standards and Compliance at the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya. Madam Penina, we have the requirements that the athletes are supposed to meet before traveling for the World Championships. Have you been able to reach out to all the athletes that you are targeting for this competition?
Thank you, Charity. Yes, I can say yes. We've been able to reach out to the athletes. In collaboration with Athletics Kenya, we got a long list of athletes that we've been testing. We also have a lot of athletes in the RTP that we have been testing so far. So yes, we've been able to do the first series of tests and almost completed with the second series of tests. And the good thing is that between now and the time we come to the end of the compliance time, we will have sufficient time to go for the third test. Yes.
With the recent case where we had the world record holder Ruth Chepngetich taking a voluntary suspension, being suspended by WADA, it caused some questions about Team Kenya. Are we sending a clean team?
Yes, thank you. That is just one athlete. Remember that Kenya, we have a big pool of athletes, and as far as we are concerned and from where we speak from today, the team is clean. Yes. Yes.
What are some of the advices you'd like to tell for the athletes who have already been in the team?
Our message to the team is that they continue competing clean, train hard, and they make sure that they also honor their obligations for whereabouts reporting, because most of the tests that we do are out of competition, and we find them from wherever information that they have provided us, and it is important that they are found when we want to look for them. Otherwise, we don't want to have cases of missed tests or non-compliant whereabouts, because those are avoidable. Yes, if the athletes remain vigilant. Yes.
Thank you so much. It's always been a wonderful time hosting you here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that was Madam Penina Wahome from ADAC. She's talking about the requirements for Team Kenya, and she's saying so far they have been able to reach the target athletes they wanted, and she's hoping that the team who will be representing Kenya will be okay. Over to you, Mulemi and Wahome.
Charity, speaking to the acting CEO of the Anti-Doping Association of Kenya, ADAC, Penina Wahome, and a little bit of entertainment before the start of women. 2 hits in that one. Watch out for hit number 2, where the likes of Mercy Chebet, Mary Mora, Mercy Odongo Okech will be competing. In the 400 meters men final, we'll have Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui, George Mutinda, Brian Onyari Tinega, Alan Kipiego, Zablon Kwam, Kelvin Kipkorir, Weisman Were, and Dennis Mulongo. So we're gearing up for the first hit of the semi-final in the women category. Sarah Bosibori, Sylvia Chemutai, Helen Siombua, Rahab Wanjiru, Ann Batha, and Lucia Morris. So in the men, George Mutinda, Brian Tinega, Alan Kipiego, Zablan Kwam, Kelvin Kipkorir, Westman Were Mukobe, Dennis Masika Mulongo. Crowd enjoying the band here at the Ninja Sports Complex as we head towards the big tail end of events here. The entertainers from police as they usher in the athletes to compete in the 400 meters semi-final number 1. Is at the Sports Complex, ready to see who will earn a ticket to the Tokyo Games. That is Sarah Bosibori, running in lane number 3. Helen Siombua walking down the track. Lane number 6 will be Rahab Wanjiru Ndirangu. That is Rahab Wanjiru adjusting the blocks. So we are ready for the 400 meters semi-finals, heat number 1.
Looking at this event, it will be considered the B final of the women's 400 with looking at the list of the women who are here and their times. The separation between this A final and the B final is the quality of the time.
Definitely. In this one, the fastest time is 53.63 seconds by Sylvia Chesebe. She'll be running in lane number 4, the one on your screens right now. That is Chesebe, the fastest coming into this final. In the other final, 50.14 by Mercy Adongo Okech. But Chesebe has to make sure that she at least lowers her time to 50 to qualify for the Tokyo Games. There she is. And that is Bosibori also, another athlete who has a personal best of 54.98.
If you listen to others, you can tell that they're now being reintroduced. Sarah Bosibori in lane 3, lane 4 is Sylvia Chesebe. By the way, for a long time, she was doubling in the 800 meters. I was opted to come down. Helen Siombua Kale is in lane 5. Rehab Wanjiru Dirango is in lane 6. And Mother in lane 7. So, Lucia Williams-Morris of South Sudan was expected to be in lane 8, but that's not the case. And so we're going to have the B final of the women's 400 meters. You can call it final 1. And it's going to be followed by the A final, and after that, it's going to be, there is a false start. After that, we're going to have the A final.
Not oftenly heard of. So we are waiting to see who's the culprit here. Walking down the track is Ann Mbatha.
So
it is Rahab Wanjiru.
Rehab Wanjiru took off way before everyone else.
Like I said, you don't want to see her walk towards you. That means you're off. So Rahab Wanjiru has been disqualified from this race, so it's down to Sarah Bosibori, Sylvia Chemutai Chesebe, Helen Siombua.
That is one of the most dreaded clip folders in athletics. Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sport, Honorable Salim Mvuria, is in attendance. Well,
so it's down to 3.
That gun went not intentionally.
It's like when you say testing mic 1, 2.
No, we know what Kenyans do. They tap it and blow into it. Maybe that's what he was trying to do. It's a final. 400.
And off they go. 3. Sarah Bosibori, Sylvia Chemutai Chesebe, and Helen Siombua Kali. Quite experienced here. Chesebe, of course, the most experienced with the fastest time, 53.63, as she sprints over. But that is Sarah Bosibori assuming the lead on the home straight. As they take that bend, it is a battle between Siombua and Chesebe. It is a very experienced field here. And now it is Siombua who will try catch up with Chesebe. But then Bosibori responds. Siombua struggling a little bit, but it is Chesebe who's just shown that she has what it takes here. It might not be the fastest time, but Chesebe will claim victory in this one. There she goes, 54.65. Helen Siombua try to sneak in from the outside, but could not actually match this one. But it is Chesebe once again reigning supreme in that fast final.
The race execution was huge when it comes to this, because Helen Siombua used her experience, that she speaks over the years, to come and break down Sylvia, to almost beat Sylvia Chesebe. Sylvia Chesebe went all guns blazing, from the start of the race. You could tell that towards the final end, she was struggling to keep up with the pace that she had given herself, trying as much as she could.
But at 38, that's commendable, because Chesebe, born in 1987, that means she's been here for quite a while. And hello, Masters.
That was close. That was mighty close. And
and there you go.
It's the second final comes to women's race, and expect.
I'm really excited about what Mary Moraa and Mercy Okech are gonna do in this one. It's been a fierce battle between the two, and I remember the national trials, Mercy Okech just about edged out Mary Moraa. At the Kip Keino Classic, also Mercy Okech ran splendidly to post the time that made her go to Tokyo.
We're talking about 50.14, which is now a national record when you speak about it. That was on the 31st of May 2025. 1,200 scoring points is what did that. And when you look at the 2025 top list, she is 18th overall in the year 2025. So, just the replays of Siombua Chesebe and Bosibori coming through.
Talking about Mercy Odongo Okech, 50.14, that is the national record set here on 31st of May, and she was at the World Relays, and her split was 49.77.
Because that was in the hits. Because in the finals it was a totally different story.
And she broke Mary Moraa's record, which stood at 50.38. And there is Moraa. Is she going to actually earn her revenge?
Well, we will find out today, because 50.49 is what Moraa posted at Horst and Zolder. So coming into this, and it's very important for us to realize how they're going to do this.
Helen Siombua, Gladys Mumbe, of course, another experienced.
And so that is Lanolina Oko.
Had a very good one in the 4x400 meters earlier on today.
Mercy Okech is not on the track.
Wow.
Interesting enough. Mary Moraa is on the track.
Mercy Okech already qualified, so I think maybe.
I think qualifying, having hit the time, we never would know.
Mercy Chebet. This is one prospect, one who could do that. And from Uganda, we've got Lenny Shida.
Mercy Chebet with a personal best of 51.52. And her pace breakdown has been 12.1, 12.6, 13.2, and 13.6. That is Sambagari still struggling to adapt into the 400 meters. She has the endurance, but then she has a very blistering 100-meter pace. But when it comes to this one, it becomes really tough for her.
The start of the second final of the women's 400 meters. This is going to be followed by the men's final of the 400. Magari in 8, Shida in 7. Chebet, Mora, Aoko, Mumbe, Nyagisera. Off they go, and this one is clean. And we are going to take a look at it. Look, Mora staying upright, and out on the left is Mbagari. Lenny Shida of Uganda in her national team kit is inside there. Mercy Chebet, look at her running down. We saw her running in the 4x400 meter relay. Mary Mora trying to close the gap that is just out there, but Shida is at the front as they go around this bend. Look at Chebet closing the gap. Mbagari is now trailing. Mary Mora moving to the front. Can't she beat this one? She's upright, and look at her with that standout gait. Millicent Mumbe is out on the right, but coming into the home straight, it's Mary Mora who surged forward. 50.14 we've seen here happen. But look at Lenny Shida and Mercy Chebet. Mary Mora breaking away from the rest of the field, entertaining crowd.
50.93.
That is a good enough time for somebody who's had a second race today. 50.93 for Mary Mora. And this time round, she's not even dancing, just celebrating. She knows that she met the entry standard when she clocked 50.49 in Belgium. But now, this.
It's all about looking for the rhythm. Shida Lenny, of course, the Ugandan champion in the 400 meters, has just ensured that the tradition continues.
And you also have got to be cognizant to the fact that Mary Mora could be a critical part of the mixed relay team, and where necessary, she could be a critical part of Team Kenya if they want to improve on their 3:25 time. That would put them higher up on the global rankings as they look for a place to be part of the Kenyan teams at the World Relays. So Mary Mora stays down there. We're going to be moving straight to the men's 400 meters. The athletes making their way, but look at Mary Mora. She got into that straight.
That Esther Mbagari, she seems to be struggling in the 400 meters.
Going backwards is what they would say. But look at Lenny Shida. For Mercy Chebet, who was considered to be one of the best prospects, you know, improving her times bit by bit. There she is. Live. Mary Mora. 50.93 in Nairobi. That is fast. And the question then is, will she be doing the double? So look at the men now.
Now time for the 400 meters men final, walking down the track. Look at those faces. Oh man, the tension. Of course, everyone anticipating for victory. Wiseman Were aiming to do a double. The crowd eagerly waiting. Honorable Danson Wanyama eagerly waiting. I think maybe this is his favorite. Maybe Wiseman Were comes from his constituency.
Not besides that, when he is running for the parliamentary team, he runs in the 400 meters. You'll see him doing the 4x400 meter relay team for Kenya's parliamentarians. He's part of that team, together with other members of that. Zablon Ekwam, a lot of eyes will be on him.
He is the only one who's not attained the qualification time for the Tokyo Games. George Mutinda, 44.51, Brian Tinega, 44.67, and Kelvin Kipkorir, 44.80. 44.85 is the time we are looking for.
44.80 flat is what they want. The standards have kept going up. think 2 championships ago, it was 45 lakhs. That tells you there's so much growth. And with 43.75 having been run here, by Zakiti Nene,
just
and that is a world lead.
1 month ago.
To Kip Keino Classic.
Yeah. On 31st of May, 1.5 months ago. But I'm really looking forward to see if Zablon Ekwam can improve on the 45.01.
Because he had a 44.67. The only reason was the track wasn't certified. And that is where just everything went sideways.
Alan Kipyego, also another good name coming out. Alan Kipyego, of course, the lanky figure. Wiseman Were. He wants to do the 400 meters hurdles and this one.
That's been something quite rare. But let's see how they're going to do it, because Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui, that's the man on your screen, is being introduced now. He's got 4.8. Then we've got David Sayanek.
Zablon Ekwam
is there.
Alan Kipyego.
Alan Kipyego is there.
Kelvin Kipkorir. And Brian Tinega. The second fastest man in the country this year. And that is...
And Mosika. Very interesting to note this is that George Mutinda is out. David Sayanek has come in. Remember how he finished?
Touched.
The
finishing line.
The finish line.
Yeah.
So that means he got the 2 capital letters D and Q in this place. It's going to be Sayanek, which means that only Kiprotich Tonui and Brian Tinega have qualified legitimately within this heat. All waiting for the all clear. It's been given. They are off and cleanly this time. Just look at them as they take round that bend. Dennis Masika Mulongo is upright, and then we've got Kevin Kipkorir, the lanky fellow, trying to close that. Were Mukobe is the man who's got the white band, and he's to the left of your screen as they go around that bend at 200 meters. You could think that they had planned to do this, trying to get into some marching form. But Alan Kipyego now is changing. Look at Zablon Ekwam as he gets into that straight. Look at these 2 athletes. It's now Zablon Ekwam who's in the front. And look at Kipkorir. And Tinega is out on the outside. This is a battle by the finest. Tinega takes it. Oh, that's a close one.
45.1 for Alan Kipyego. Might just have won that one.
Alan Kipyego has only won probably another couple of races where he could get into the 44.8s, 44.7s, but look at this finish. You could tell that Tinega had it going, and it was that late.
That's the moment Zablon Ekwam realized that he is not into this. Wow.
This one goes with Tinega.
This goes with Tinega.
But it was close. Zablon Ekwam is third.
Zablon Ekwam, you feel for this young man. He's really tried so hard, but he still has a chance.
45.14. At any standard, you've got to accept that this has been one of the great, it's a new generation of athletes. 45.14 is now starting to look normal in Nairobi.
It's like a 10 flat in 100 meters.
Previously, we would talk about 46, 47 as normal, but this is a new generation of athletes. But just look at them.
Did he just stumble there? Zablon Ekwam. He did stumble, and I think it allowed Kipyego and Tinega to whiz through and win that one. Now, what's happening here? Everyone anxious.
Just everyone is anxious. There seems to be, looking at what they've done, Kipyego is third. If you just put at it, Zablon. Zablon Ekwam has been declared the winner. That's something I find a little bit odd.
I don't. This is not happening. I don't believe, maybe if we watch the replay.
Let's watch. I mean, if we could get that replay again, it would really help. Because what the eye sees
is different from what the results
is not even different from what Timetronic sees.
Wow.
This is what makes this sport great. It is for everyone. You can see this young child that decided, I'm also going to have one lap
on
around
the
this track for whatever reason. And so, right now, getting ready to go inside for an interview with Charity. Down to you, Charity. You can take it over.
Thank you so much, Mlemi and Wahome. It has been a wonderful 400 meters race. However, we'll be not doing an interview with the 400 meters athletes. We'll be talking to Emmanuel Wanyonyi, the world silver medalist and also the Olympics champion. Emmanuel, season yako imekuwa vipi?
So far season iko poa. Mahali nimefikia naona training iko poa, so naenda ku prepare training tena for the world championship.
Yeah. Strategy ni gani una maybe unataka kufocus on sahi? Already everyone, you're the man to beat sahi.
First of all, I need to go to reach to the finals for world championship. Nikishafika finali nachikaza kufika podium, but for me ya kwanza ni kwenda kufika finali because 800 ni very competitive na kuna watu wanakimbia hata kunishinda mimi, so napanga kwenda kuprepare vizuri, nikienda Tokyo nifika finali na kimbia vizuri.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Emmanuel Wanyonyi. He's saying that his main target is to make it for the finals at the World Championships, and from there he'll be happy and contented with the medal that he's been going to receive. Over to you, Mlemi.
For the official results of the 400 meters, quite some confusion there. We'll be waiting to see who won. I think it was Brian Tinega and Alan Kipiego coming in second. But it is a race that has been very competitive. The 400 meters men final. Those the young girl, they are just showing us what to expect in the future, running on track on this beautiful afternoon here at the Ulinzi Sports Complex. On this day, we've witnessed a great day of athletics, and I believe the team that's going to be selected here will be a team that will represent the country well at the World Athletics Championship.
Well, as we see these young girls, I mean, this is the one moment, you know, there was a group of people who tried to stop her and took the intervention of Julius Yego to let the girl continue with her run, because all she wants to do is have fun.
And she's having fun.
And everyone is cheering her. She doesn't get tired. 10 years from now,
this will be a star.
We're talking about somebody who will be competing at the under 18, and all the cheers in the stadium are for her. She's decided that she's going to do the 800 meters, and that's what she is doing. As it gets down, she has to get to the finish line, and everyone is celebrating. She hasn't lost her pace. That's the one interesting thing Our cadence has been great. Hey. Okay, now this is embarrassing. That is one moment everyone's disappointed, I have to say. And you can see that the girl is also disappointed. So that, at that moment, is done. So what's going to be happening next is the naming of the team. That is what's going to be happening next. And
of course, a battery of journalists ready to hear who's going to Tokyo. And as usual, that will be done in the full presence of the cameras and the lights here at Ulinzi Sports Complex. So to me, I can always say it's been a great day of athletics, Daniel, and I've really enjoyed every bit of it. Every race, Zablon Ekwam was declared the winner.
But this video speaks more. It doesn't matter which angle you take. But even the photo finish reviews have indicated that
Brian Tinega
is the winner.
So Alan Kipyego, that was a photo finish.
That was, yes.
It was a photo finish, and as we are told officially, it is Alan Kipyego who won this, closely followed by Brian Tinega and Zablon Ekwam claiming third.
So the question then is, where were the chips messed up when it comes to the kitting and everything? Because that's where it is, unless the lane allocations indicated otherwise. But as you can see, it's time for the ceremonies, the presentation of the team to Tokyo. And that we expect to also get the full confirmation of those who are going to be in the marathon team, because we know if you're not going to the Sydney Marathon, it means that you'll be running in Tokyo, probably, because that's where we are. As we do this, as we wind this up, it's been a pleasure being with you since 9 a.m. where we've seen Team Kenya selected and athletes make their way. Greg, final one?
We see you in Tokyo. It's been a great day of athletics.
Well, my name is Daniel Wahome. On behalf of the team and Gregory Mulemi, we want to say it's been a pleasure to you.
Alan.
Prison Span. Thank you.
Haya, asante sana.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, our chief guests are here right on the track to witness the official naming of the Kenya team. Tanui. Over to Kennedy Tanui for the next step of presentation. Tanui.
Thank you very much. Our programmer, waziri wetu Mheshimiwa Salim Vuria, principal secretary wetu Bwana Elijah Mwangi, President Athletics Kenya, Lieutenant General retired Jack Tuwei, our immediate former President, National Olympics Committee, Bwana Paul Tergat, Chairman Sports in the Parliament. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the unveiling of Team Kenya that will participate in Tokyo World Championships later on in September, after today's selection process. I'm going to read the names of those who will represent us in Tokyo. Coach, I hope you are ready. All athletes who know that they were selected to come around as I name, come here quickly so that we can continue with this program. 100 meters men. Ferdinand Omanyala. Makofi. Ferdinand Omanyala has qualified for World Championships alone in 100 meters. Thank you. 400 meters women. Mercy Adongo Okech. .400 meters men. George Mutinda, Brian Onyari Tinega, and Kevin Kipkoriri.
So once again, when you're called, make your way to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, the athletes, make your way to the podium. Wherever you are, make your way very quickly to the podium.
We can still excuse 400 meters for some 2 or 3 minutes because they just finished their event. They may be changing and they are coming back. 400 only. But the rest of us, let's be here. Let's all be here. Oh, thank you. Coach will help me with those who have arrived. Usher them in as I continue. 400 meters hurdles men. Weissman Were Mohope. .800 meters women. Mary Mora, Lilian Odira, Vivian Chebet Kiprotich, and Sarah Mora. Hapa mheshimiwa, tuko na kitu kinaitwa wild card in 800 meters. Mary Mora has a wild card to be there, whether she qualified by the standard or not, because of the previous championship that was in that was in 2023. So this time round, as a champion, she is invited. Lilian Odira, Vivian Chebet Kiprotich, and Sarah Mora. Yes, I can see them coming. 800 meters men. Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Big man. Nicholas Kiplagat Kebenei. And Kevin Kimtai Loti. (1,500 meters women. Faith Kipyegon. Nelly Chepchirchir. Susan Lokayo Ejore. And Dorcas Ewoi. Mheshimiwa Waziri, pia 1,500 meters women, we have an wild card following the performance of Faith Kipyegon in the previous World Championship, and therefore we have 4 entrants as Kenya. 1,500 meters men. Fanuel Kipkoskei Koech. Lionel Cheruyot and Timothy Cheruyot. Fanuel Koech is the latest sensation in 1,500, currently leading in the world and also having the world under 20 world record. 3,000 meters steeplechase. Women. Faith Cherotich. Doris Lemole Chiro. And Pamela Bosgay. (3,000 meters steeplechase men. Edmund Serem. Edmund Serem. Simon Kiprop Koech. And Abraham Kibiwot. Edmund Serem, as at now, Mheshimiwa, is leading in Diamond League. And probably, if he maintains it, he's giving us another 4th entrant into this, but that will come after the Diamond League. We are very excited. Nyamazeni kwanza. Yes. 5,000 meters women. Faith Kipyegon. Beatrice Chebet. Magdalene Masai Yeko, not Yego, Yeko, and Vivian Chepkemei Cheruyot as a reserve.
Unaenda lakini sasa utakuwa hapo.
That's okay. Marathon men. Vincent Kipkemoi Ngetich. Eric Kiplanga Sang. And Kennedy Kimutai. Hilary Kipkoech will be the reserve athlete. Hilary Kipkoech. Javelin men, who you are guessing? Julius Yego. Yes, and the public has it. It is Julius Yego. Julius Yego. Sir, he is the oldest athlete in this team. Having participated in 3 Olympics, several World Championships, and many others. Welcome, Diego. 4 by 100 meters men. We will be having Ferdinand Omanyala, Steve Onyango Odhiambo, Meshach Kitsuguli Babu, Mark Otieno Odhiambo, Dennis Mwai, Clinton Aluvi Owatinya, and Isaac Kundu Omurwa. The 2 are youngsters, Mheshimiwa. Clinton is the latest African champion under 20. And Isaac Kundu Omurwa is currently participating in World University Games. The youngsters, and we are giving them an opportunity to prove themselves. But this team will be reduced to 6 members after another selection process that will happen. 4 by 400 meters men and 4 by 400 meters mixed relay. 1. Alan Kipiego, Brian Onyari Tinega, Zablon Ehal Ekwam, Dennis Masika Mulongo, David Sanayek Kabirante, and Kelvin Kiprotich Tolui. By 400 meters mixed relay women. Mercy Chebet, Lanolin Aoko, and Esther Bagari. That is the team that will represent Kenya, but still we are still waiting for the qualifying window to close. That is on 24th of August, still to determine some other few technicalities that are there. And we are waiting for the following to qualify by the close of that window. If they don't qualify, then we don't have any other option. But if they qualify, they are still part of this team, but they are waiting. That is in 5,000 meters men, Cornelius Kemboy and Matthew Kipchumba Kipsang. In javelin women, Irene Chepkemboy is waiting for 24th. And Winnie Chengetich B in triple jump women. Those one we are not going to name today, but they are waiting for the close of the window. They are there by virtue of their rankings and their performances. And also, we are also waiting for other possible wildcards, as I have said. We are waiting for, and we will mention this to encourage them, Alex Ngeno Kimngetich, who has performed here, but if we have a wildcard in 800, Alex will join the team. But as of now, we are waiting for September to close the Diamond League season. You understand the mathematics, is it? Yes. And then Brian Komen also is in the waiting list in 1500 meters, waiting list, pending if Fanuel can do us a favor with that Diamond League. And also Celestine Chepkoskei Biwot in 3000 steeplechase, Faith akifanya maneno. And Geoffrey Kipkemoi Kirwa in 3000 meters steeplechase, Edmond akitufanyia maneno. Those are waiting, and the list can still expand by 24th of August or reduce pending qualifications. That is it. I want to call upon the Senior Vice President, Athletics Kenya, to come and name the officials who will accompany this team to Tokyo World Championships. Senior Vice President on Mutui.
Thank you very much, Satanui, the CS, the President of Athletics Kenya, and the PS, other district guests around, ladies and gentlemen. I have just a very short business to go here. And the outright, I go for it. That is to name the officials to accompany this name. I mean this team behind me right here. So that we have them with our code to come right over here to accompany the team. We have Mr. Maswai Nicholas being the head of the delegation. And Paul Mutui being the team leader. Then Mr. Ngovi Philip being the team manager. Kennedy Tanui, assistant team manager. David Miano, delegate. Felix Igala, delegate. Paul Tor, delegate. Julius Kirwa, the head coach. And then the following are the coaches for the athletes. In sprints, we have William Mugo, Stephen Mwaniki, Apecho Buzu, Geoffrey Kimani, Josephat Maio, Shali Kalunda, and Stanley Towet. Then and marketing team will be represented by Abraham Mutai, Jafet Kulia, and Kennedy Bai. These are the officials to accompany the team. And because of time,
thank you very much, Senior Vice. Just a correction, in 400 meters, a typing error, and we are sorry for that. Part of this team is Boniface Mweresa, the captain of the previous team. It was a typing error, we thought we had captured, but Boniface Mweresa, where are you? Huyo ni msee mwingine wa team after Yego. Mweresa,
so at this juncture,
Vivian wants me to recognize her, and I will do so, Vivian, faithfully. Vivian Cheruiyot, one of the longest serving athletes still surviving this team since her youthful days to date. Pigia makofi.
so that now up to this moment, I would like to humbly ask the President of Athletics Kenya to come forward and lead us to the next action. Mr. President.
Thank you very much. When I was here, the PS chairman, all the dignitaries who are here, ladies and gentlemen, and the athletes who have been selected as your officials, good afternoon. When I was here, we have come to the end of our team selection that will represent Kenya during the World Championships in Tokyo, which is starting on the 13th of September and ends on the 21st of September. So this is the team that has been selected. They have done extremely well. We are quite happy that after a long while, we have managed to qualify the relays, particularly the three teams of relays. We are still waiting for only one to make sure that all the four have qualified. And we want to wish them well because they are trying their level best, and I believe that they are going to qualify that. Secondly, Banawaziri, after this, we will now embark on the preparations, the actual preparations for the team to go to Tokyo. And since the stadiums are occupied here, we will take this team to go and train in Eldoret, the camp, so that they continue training, because we don't want to waste any time. And immediately after the child is over, then we can bring them back to Nairobi for final preparations before they go to Tokyo. And we'll also be organizing the issues of logistics, visas, passports for those who don't have, and everything else. Otherwise, the team is now here. We want to thank you, Banawaziri, for the assistance that you have given Athletics Kenya all this time, because we started this program actually last year. Well, if you remember the calendar of events that we launched last year, this was one of the events that we are going to continue preparing so that they can represent us well. These World Championships comes every 2 years. So the last one that we had was in 2023 in Budapest in Hungary. And now this is the next one in Tokyo. In 2027, 2 years from now, it is going to be in Beijing, China. And then the next one after that is 2029 and 2031. The bidding is going on now. But Waziri, as I briefed you earlier on, we have applied, and we are allowed, of course, by the government to apply to host the World Championships in 2029 or 2031. Because it's a competition. There are so many countries that have applied, and World Athletics will be unveiling the winners later on. So we hope that we will do well. We have got a team that we have put together under Ibrahim Hussein, who is the chairman, to do the bidding process. And we are also sending another team outside this one here to go and study how the World Championship is conducted. Because it's very, very important that we meet all the conditions, we meet the qualification standards, and we meet the requirements of World Athletics. For us to host the World Championship, that is a requirement. And so, this is what we are doing at the moment. We want to wish this team all the very best. For now, we are going to start preparing the documentation and everything else before they go there. But allow me to congratulate all of you, those who have been selected, and I wish and I want to hope that you are going to bring good results to this country, to this great country of Kenya, when you go there. With this, I don't want to go into a lot of other details. We will go into preparations, we will give you the names. I'm happy that all of you have come to witness in daylight when we are selecting our team. We don't select our team in the night or somewhere in the darkness or somewhere else, somewhere there. We select when everybody is watching. You have all seen number 1, 2, and 3. And so anybody who has got any issue, I hope you have seen for yourself and you have seen the transparency and the openness that we have conducted here today. So with those few remarks, I want to thank those of you who have come and witness, not only witness, but also to encourage these athletes who will be going to Tokyo. So with those few remarks, I say thank you so much. I forgot to appreciate the work that has been done by our sponsors. At the moment, within a very short time since we launched our program, we have got 4 sponsors that have assisted us. And I want to thank them very, very, very much. And, first of all, we have got the Kenya Commercial Bank, we have got Petika, we have got Kenya KCC, and we have got Coca-Cola. So far, those are the sponsors that we have got, and we want to say thank you very much for coming to support these teams. We are still engaging others because without sponsors, there's not much they can do. And that is why you have seen that we have taken the opportunity to make sure that they are represented in Tokyo, so that they can see what happens here at home and what happens in Tokyo. I hope, Waziri, you will be in Tokyo. We witness also what is going on there, and we'll be very happy to see that the chairman of the parliamentary committee of sports, I believe, will also be there, so that because he takes care of the sports. Allow me to ask the sponsors 1 minute each, just to say jump. And we start with Petika. Who is defending Petika? Eric, you can come and just say jump and tell us what you feel so far. We need 1 minute.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is just to congratulate the team who have done well to get the opportunity to represent the country. and we just want to commit as the TCAF our support to all the athletes, and we do not have any doubts that we are going to do Kenya proud, because we know that Kenya is a powerhouse in athletics, and we are not expecting anything less this year. So I was just to wish you all the best as you fly our flag high. Thank you.
KCC, haya tutume maziwa leo. Haina KCC, sisi. Kapata lazima raise the money.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the interest of 1 minute, I'd like to congratulate the planning team for an amazing event, and to Team Kenya to Tokyo. Congratulations and all the best. And while you're there, the event that you don't like to do there, take a packet of KCC milk, complete milk. All the best.
Thank you very much. You can see they are also saying, see you in Tokyo. The next one is Madam Jane from the KCB. Alali, this is Senda Jangu. And tell us what you are planning.
Thank you. Bana, yes, let me write on all the protocols that have been established, all our honorable guests, and of course, our team that is going to be representing Kenya. Congratulations and good afternoon to all of us. From KCB, we are pleased to be associated with athletics and Athletics Kenya, for that matter. We are big on growing together and being besides our athletics as we do the things that we do. And mine is just to bring you the assurance that we love to continue to be identified with athletics and sports in general. And we are here to make sure that the full person is taken care of. Not just this sponsorship that happens here, but we also want to work with you as the athletes of our nation to make sure as you are building yourself professionally, we are also building you financially by the education that we give you at the backgrounds, and also by the investments that will come along to support you that you want to do. And right now, as you prepare to go to Tokyo and indeed to the many other events that I know you will be going in the course of the year, I am glad to let you know that KCB now has a single card with 18 different currencies. So with that one single card, you will not have to pack your coach with so many cards. You just have one card from KCB and you have 18 currencies that you can just be changing as you go along from country to country in your professional career. So karibuni sana, make sure you spend time with you. I know we will be coming to you. We will be able to tell you a lot more on what we are able to do to support you. But know that our best wishes are with you as you go on to shine and represent our great country. Asante sana.
Thank you, Chair. One of the longest, I think is the longest sponsor for athletics Kenya, particularly issue of apparel and competition, kit and everything else is from Nike. I hope Robert is here, just to introduce him, he's around here. And then as he's coming, I also want to thank the media for the publication that we have given to this selection today here. We have had from every media house actually talk about this. You have given us a very good coverage, and we want to say thank you very much. And if we don't have Robert here, then maybe later on we can look at that. Otherwise, we would like to end there and allow me to kindly invite PS, the Department of Sports, to come and give a quick remark and invite the scenes. One appears.
Thank you, VK President. Our CS, Honorable Salim Mvurya, the AK fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Barianu. Let me take this opportunity first of all to congratulate our team here who have really demonstrated, got a chance to represent us in Tokyo, including the technical bench that has been named here for us. I want to take this opportunity once again to congratulate the new officials of NOC and Contract, the outgoing president, who have had a great opportunity to lead that team, and the honor that they did yesterday to this nation. Congratulations to all. On behalf of our State Department, President of the AK Sports Fraternity, I want to assure you of our support. The President, His Excellency William Ruto, has done quite significant in improving the infrastructure in this country. I've heard President that he will be using the venue in Eldoret. And to date, I'm aware that we have a contractor who is on site in Kipchoge Stadium. Of course, we had a discussion with them, even though the stadium is a construction site. The space that is the tank and track. But of course, we also on course to ensure that the first stadium, which we understand is being handled by the county government, the university stadium, which we have instruction to make sure that it has been done, and the School of Law stadium in Eldoret will be done and completed so that next year, when you shall be having this event, you shall have adequate spaces for you to carry out your selection, apart from the other many others that are being done. And I also want to take this opportunity to assure the sports fraternity of our support to the ADAC, that is the anti-doping agency, which is domiciled in our State Department. There's a condition which we must abide, the agreement that we had with Rwanda. We shall continue supporting the ADAC so that they can perform their functions to support our sports fraternity. And in the institution chair, we are very grateful by the AK. I've participated, I have attended the many events that you have had in this nation. And in each and every event, new agreed or new champion is coming up. And that means tomorrow, even though we have our great athletes here today, tomorrow is guaranteed that Kenya shall remain to be the powerhouse in matters of sports internationally, as it is known today. And therefore, I tell the world, Tokyo, here we come. Expect us there to win and to win much more medals than we did in the last editions. Before I invite my CS, allow me to request the chair of the National Assembly Sports and Culture Committee, Honorable Dan Wanyama, just to make a remark.
Thank you, peers, let me ride on the protocol already established and appreciate the CS, who is now the chief guest here today. On the onset, I want to congratulate the athletes who have qualified for Tokyo. But again, at a rider, that for those who did not qualify, don't give up. There is always tomorrow, and there will be more championships to come. So I just want to encourage you from a point of being a sportsman that kindly know that tomorrow it will be you who will be raising the flag of this country. But PS, speaking as a sports person, I want to request you and the PS that the one who approves the monies, kindly take care of the welfare of these athletes, because that is the most important and that is the most thing that will give them a lot of encouragement to perform even much more. But again, also thank the president of this country that has actually embarked on improving the infrastructure in this country. I want to say this because I've been around for a while, that this is the president that is positive about sports. And that's why you are seeing things happen in this country as far as sports is concerned. So I want to thank each one of you. Let us encourage these young people, and I want to really add that when you win clean, because it is the right thing to do. And as it were, Team Kenya to Tokyo, I wish you well, because I'll be there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At this moment, I want to invite our CS, the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Ambassador Mvuya.
Thank you very much, PS Mwangi, the President of Athletics Kenya, General Dwayne, and your team, the Chair of the Committee of Sports in Parliament, Honorable Dan Wanyama, Barnabas Korid, who is now the Vice Chair NOCK, and flanked by the immediate President of NOCK, Paul Tergat. I know there are other legends here who have come to witness this event. Our dear sponsors, Team Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Assalamu alaikum. Today is a very important occasion that I want to thank all of you for coming in large numbers to witness the national trials. Trials that have been done very well. We are very happy with what has happened here today. And before anything, on behalf of the government of Kenya, I want to announce that today we have Team Kenya ready for Tokyo, ready for World Championships. The men and women behind me represent the 50 million of us, and they will be carrying the Kenyan flag in Tokyo. Our athletes, you are not just going to compete as individuals. You are carrying the Kenyan flag. I want to congratulate you for a well-deserved achievement, for a good win, and the government is behind you. we will give you all the necessary support to ensure that you represent our country very well. So there's no doubt from today, Team Kenya is owned by the 50 million Kenyans. I also want to tell our dear Kenyans that behind me, these men and women are patriots. They have demonstrated patriotism as they represent all of us across regions, across all sectors. When we go to Tokyo, and I want to confirm the invitation, Mr. President, with a small p, that I will be with the team in Tokyo. So Team Kenya here represents brilliance, national pride, inspiration, and commitment. You know, we have done this before. And I think this year is a year of medal harvest. Just recently we welcomed Faith and Chebet, who had broken records in the US. This morning we have had a team from Nigeria who are competing in Nigeria, and we have many medals that Kenya has won in the different races. Tomorrow we have another team of the same competitors who are in Nigeria. They will be getting in here. So, in a nutshell, His Excellency the President has directed and is investing a lot in ensuring that we inspire sports in our country. And the results of this investment is what we are seeing here today, where men and women have now been selected to represent Kenya in Tokyo this September 2025. I want to ask all Kenyans of goodwill, all sponsors to join hands in supporting this team, because this team requires the support of all of us in terms of mental well-being, in terms of training, in terms of creating an enabling environment to ensure that they succeed. And from the onset, I want to assure you, Team Kenya, that the government, through this ministry, will provide you with the requisite support to ensure that you win in Tokyo. We have also invested in anti-doping efforts, and we also want to support our athletes so that they can win with integrity, and the profile of Kenya as a sports powerhouse globally can remain to shine, and we can remain to celebrate our national pride. So this is a momentous occasion, and I would wish that all of us in any way, in our individual capacities, institutional, we come forward to support Team Kenya. When Team Kenya wins in Tokyo, it is Kenya which will win, and the flag of our country will be raised much higher. In April this year, we approved and revised the cash reward for medal-winning athletes at the Olympic, Paralympic, and Commonwealth Games. Under the new guidelines, the gold medalists will now receive 3 million, up from 750,000. Silver medalists will now receive 2 million from 500,000, and bronze will now receive 1 million, up from 350,000. So those are some of the, let me just see, they are also for Commonwealth Games. Gold medalists will now receive 2.5 million, up from 500,000. Silver is now moving from 300,000 to 1.5. Bronze now from 200 to 1 million. So these reviewed packages include increased financial incentives, upgraded access to modern training facilities, structured wellness and mental health support, expanded medical cover, post-career transition programs including scholarships for deserving athletes, strengthened partnerships with federations. Will also be strengthened to uphold accountability and transparency across the board, and more streamlined international competition logistics. Additionally, the government will allocate 70 million shillings, which we have already done, to compensate the top performing athletes who are overlooked or not formally recognized in past competitions. This move is both a corrective and symbolic gesture, one that signals a new era of fairness, inclusivity, and national respect for men and women who have flown Kenya's flag high, regardless of the era in which they did the competition. I can see Paul is looking at me properly. So, ladies and gentlemen, and all the sponsors from the corporate world, I say thank you very much for your continued partnership to support the government to implement the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. I also finally want to register my appreciation to the Minister of Defense, the Kenya Defense Forces, for maintaining this facility, which has enabled that we now have done the world-class trials on these grounds. So I want to say that as we begin our march to Tokyo, and to our team here, make us shine. We will give you the necessary support so that you can come back here and you have the national pride, and the Kenyans are behind you. For those young people who may not be athletes, the Team Kenya before you is a role model. You can manage your career, you can inspire your talents, because talent pays. And therefore, let us work together to ensure that we are able to be an inspiration to the youth of our country. We want to urge all the youth to find opportunities to transform their lives, to take advantage of the strategic interventions by government to better their careers and realize their potential through talent development. We will continue the work that we have already begun in high esteem to make sure that we upgrade all the facilities, all the sports infrastructure across the country. And because athletics is very, very important, we will now be incorporating AK. You will bring your representative so that every time we do a sports facility, it is also assessed to ensure that it meets the standards of athletics, and those talents then can be brewed from the lower level. I have been told by the peers that when you look at some of the facilities, they may be running short of some of the standards, and we want to work with the AK from the design level to ensure that is properly incorporated in the design. With those many remarks, I want to again congratulate Team Kenya and all those who participated in these trials, and the government will continue to work with you. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. Asante.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will now go for photo sessions. We will begin with the CS and the PS and Lieutenant General retired Towe. Photograph with the athletes. Then we go to KCB, Betika, and KCC. So we will have a session with our CS Salman Buria, with the team and the officials. The team and the officials. The team and the officials. All the officials. Thank you. Now we will have another photograph. We will have another photograph with the sponsors, starting with KCB. KCB now. Let's arrange ourselves so that we have a photograph with our first sponsor, KCB. And then we do Betika, the other sponsor, followed by KCC. So very quickly, we need a photograph with KCB and the athletes themselves. So let's arrange ourselves in such a way that we are able to get those photographs. Ladies and gentlemen. So once again, we want to have a photograph with KCB, ladies and gentlemen. KCB photographers, are you ready? Very good. Photograph with Betika. Photograph with Betika, ladies and gentlemen. Photograph with Betika. Yeah, Betika, photograph. Betika. So photograph with Betika, ladies and gentlemen. Very good. Photographers, are you done? This is with Betika. Let's give it a smile. Tafadhali. Faith Kipiego, give it a smile, Faith. There you are. Faith Asante. The next one is we are going to have a dance. We will have a dance. There it is. Very good. There it is. There it is. There's a dance now. So that's a celebratory dance. national anthem. Before we go for the national anthem, there's some special announcements by Mr. Tanui.
Basi, all athletes and officials who have been selected into this team to remain here, and officials, all officials and athletes, you remain here for further instructions. There are urgent documentations we need to do. Thank you very much.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's remove our kofiyas for the national anthem of Kenya. Thank you. Thank you.